Danish chair of Nordefco.
Yeah. Hello. Så velkommen tilbake efter frokost.
Welcome back after lunch. I hope that you enjoyed a healthy, tasty lunch. And we will now proceed with item 9, which is the statement by the defense ministers. And in this case, we have the Danish Minister of Defense, Troels Lund Poulsen, who's also the chair of Nordefco. And I'd like to remind you that the minister has 5 minutes speaking time and other speakers have 2 minutes each. And in addition, there's an opportunity for rejoinders. First, we will hear the Danish Minister for Defense and then the Icelandic. And then I'll open up for rejoinders, but we will not have time to take more than 2 rejoinders to both ministers. And then we will have spokespersons for each party groups. So I'd like to give the floor to the Danish Minister of Defense, Troels Lund Poulsen. And he will give his statement on Nordic defense cooperation. We're very pleased to welcome you here, and we look forward to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And let me start by saying how happy I am to be able to be here in Iceland today. Dear President, dear parliamentarians, thank you for this invitation to speak here at the 76th session at the Nordic Council. I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words about the Nordic cooperation, defense cooperation, what we also called Nordefco, and also the developments that we have seen this last year, where Denmark has the presidency of Nordefco. The security policy situation is unfortunately deeply affected by Russia's ruthless invasion of Ukraine. Even if it happens against a sad backdrop, this war has meant that the Nordic countries have been even more closely interconnected than earlier. And with Sweden as a recently included member of NATO, the whole Nordic region is together in the alliance, and it means that they are better placed than ever before to cooperate both on the defense and security policy area within NATO. And we are a stronger and more united Nordic region. 2024 is a historic year for the Nordic defense cooperation. This was underlined in Tórshavn in April, where the Nordic defense ministers signed the so-called Vision 2030 for Nordefco. An element of this vision is that the Nordic countries should be able to conduct joint military operations that complements NATO's deterrence and defense profile. In addition, there will be a strengthening of different areas like the capacities, military mobility, and host nation support, just to mention but a few very important areas. The close cooperation means that the Danish presidency, together with the other Nordic countries, is working on a new cooperation structure in order to align Nordefco to the new security policy reality in the Nordic region. It means that we, in the coming year, will intensify this cooperation, but this will, of course, happen in close complementarity with the NATO cooperation. There are areas where we can cooperate even closely together in the Nordic region, now that we're all members of NATO, but there are also areas where we have to be careful not to duplicate the efforts that we are bound to under the auspices of NATO. When we had our spring meeting for the defense ministers in Tórshavn in the Faroe Islands, not far from here, we got a bigger opportunity to put increased focus on the security and defense of the Arctic and the North Atlantic Ocean. And we also had a very constructive discussion both with the Faroe Islands and Greenland, which underlines a common perception that a united Nordic region is an advantage for us all. And is also very concretely shown that the Nordic defense concept that the Nordic Chief of Defense also has signed. It describes the overarching principles for the Nordic cooperation that enhances our possibilities to act together both in times of peace, crisis, and war times. It's an important contribution to achieve the targets of Vision 2030. I'll give you 3 concrete examples. First of all, the Air Force. The Nordic Air Forces have established a very close cooperation these last year with exercises over the Nordic territorium on a regular basis. We are also testing out alternative landing sites. For instance, 2 Swedish Gripen fighter jets landed on Bornholm in June as part of the operative training of the Nordic cooperation. Number 2 is what we are calling Nordefco++, a munitions initiative, and we want to optimize and increase the total production capacity in the Nordic munitions industry, both in order to support Ukraine, but also to secure our own regional supply security. Number 3, we also are conducting joint exercises. In 2024, first half, we had the exercise Nordic Response, which was headed by Norway and took place in the northern parts of Norway, Sweden, and Finland. This exercise that takes place every second year is part of a bigger NATO exercise where the purpose is to gather the NATO allies in order to train in the very harsh Nordic and Baltic and Arctic environment. And when it comes to the support to Ukraine, it's clear that we are very much speaking with one voice. And since Russia's brutal invasion, the support has been very important for the Nordic cooperation. And we are resolved to support Ukraine as long as there is a need for this. And Denmark has also signaled this very clearly. Within the Nordic Circle, we have also discussed, amongst other, which contribution each Nordic country could make and where we have a potential to increase our cooperation for this support. The Nordic countries are, for instance, included in the Mine Clearing Coalition, the Air Force Coalition, and a Czech munition initiatives. These are examples where the Nordic countries are closely collaborating. I'd also like to say that it's important for me that the Nordic defense and defense ministers have historically good and trusting cooperation. Thanks to Nordefco. We have a close dialogue on the security policy situation, potential new cooperations areas, and national developments on the defense area. I have clearly noticed the interest and the wish to have a closer cooperation from all our Nordic neighbors. There's no doubt that together we're stronger. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. I have 2 requests for rejoinders. First, Kathy Lee from Nordic Green left, followed by Ann-Sophie.
Ja, takk, president. I januar slo FNs internasjonale dom.
Thank you, President. In January, the UN International Court determined that Israel is potentially committing genocide in Israel, and the experts warned against weapons deliveries to Israel, delivered to Israel, could be in breach of humanitarian law and should therefore cease immediately. And the higher court in the Netherlands have requested that the Dutch government should cease to make further deliveries of 5 jet fighters. Danish companies export to the fighter jets without any further evaluation of whether they're contributing to war crimes is something which need to be considered. The F-35 fighter jets with Danish components have been used in the bombings over Gaza. So what I'd like to ask a question about is the fact that why is it that Danish experts have continued to permit this export to continue in spite of the fact that it has been determined that Danish components were in use during bombings? What is the evaluation of the Danish minister, and is this something which Denmark is intentionally in breach of? Would Denmark like to seize and plan to seize the export in accordance with the suggestions from the international level. We have 2 minutes for the minister to reply.
Yes, this is not what we have discussed within the auspices of Nordefco, but these 35 jet fighters, it is a part of this program that we have. It is American property when they are not assembled on the planes. We've also discussed the question about the property rights of the reserve parts or the spare parts, and also after the judgment that has been made in Holland, and the Danish Parliament has now asked for an evaluation from the authorities in order to look at the rules that apply for our F-35 program. And we will give a report to the Danish Parliament about this. And I'd like to say very clearly here that we will not leave this program for the F-35. This is essential for Denmark's security and Denmark's society. F-16, the jet fighters, we have delivered 24 to Argentina and 16 to Ukraine. So it's important for us to introduce this new fighter jet, the F-35. And in that connection, we also have these spare parts, which is part of the whole discussion and part of your question.
Sofia Alm from K-Group.
Thank you. From the Conservative Group, Ann-Sofi Alm, and then we have the representative of the Youth Council as well. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Minister for your address. And thank you for the innovative program that Denmark has taken the initiative to begin to strengthen the domestic Ukraine weapons industry. I hope that a lot of effort is put into getting more ammunition available and giving Ukraine the right to use the weapons where they will have the greatest impact. My question, of course, relates to the Arctic region. We are where we are, after all. Is Denmark planning to increase its military investments in the Arctic region? And I'm thinking in particular of the new use of new technology, monitoring, surveillance, and patrol measures within the region. And what is the state of the cooperation with, for example, Sweden when it comes to new development in the area of space technology? Thank you. 2 minutes for your reply.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for your nice words about the initiative we've taken on Danish side with the support from other European countries, also Nordic countries, when it comes to investments in the Ukrainian defense industry. This is important in order to facilitate the security work in Ukraine long term. So this is a very important initiative, and I'm glad that you are aware of this initiative that we've taken. When it comes to the Arctic, we had a very ambitious agreement in Denmark last June, where we have agreed that there should be great investments into the Danish defense in order to reach the 2% that NATO is asking for. In our Commonwealth with the Faroe Islands, we have 3 components, Denmark, Faroe Islands, and Greenland. And our presence is important, and it's also very important for us to know exactly real-time what's happened in this Commonwealth. It means that we will invest a big amount in the upholding our sovereignty, and there will also be a combination where we look at dual use, where the things that we invest in can be used for the complete crisis preparedness. And we do that. And I have a very good cooperation, I have to say, with the Faroe Islands, and the same goes for Greenland. And it is important that we also, the reason why we organized this meeting in Tórshavn for Nordefco was also the discussion what we need to have when we look at the developments in these regions, in the Arctic region. And I think we need an even closer cooperation, both between Denmark, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, but also Denmark and Canada. So this is something that we will prioritize very visibly, but also financially.
Thank you. And then one final rejoinder from Tony, representing the Youth Council. In defense policy discussions, we talk about military troops and soldiers as abstract resources and competences. But in reality, it's us young people who are the current and future soldiers, military conscripts and officers. So motivation, skills and knowledge are compulsory factors. We need them in the Nordics. What is your perspective as a Minister of Defense from the willingness to take part in the defense? What concrete measures can be taken to strengthen the willingness among young people to defend the Nordic region, in particular, given the current security policy situation? Thank you very much. Minister, please.
Well, first of all, I think what we can do for our forces, but also in order to strengthen the cooperation between our countries, is that we integrate our activities. Joint trainings, joint exercises is important. And we, one of the things that we have discussed and what we discussed in Tórshavn was that when we now want to increase the armament, and we have to build up the armies with our conscripts and strengthen our defenses. We have to see what we do in the different countries. What can we learn from the others, for instance? And we have also to be aware of the problems that are there. So I expect that the meeting we will have in Nordefco later here in November will put on the agenda a discussion of what we're going to do with all these investments. It has to be done in a very wise way in order to strengthen our forces, because we have to live up to the goals that have been set by NATO, and most of you know what that is. And we also will get a new target in 2025 that we also need to live up to.
Thank you. We will proceed with the next speaker on the speakers list. But thank you to the Minister. The Minister for Iceland. You have the floor.
Takk fyrir, forseti, kæru norrænu kollegar.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Nordic colleagues and friends, thank you very much to Troels for his excellent review of the growing defense cooperation in the Nordic region. With Nordefco and the Danish presidency of Nordefco, it's based on shared values, respect for human rights, our membership in NATO. This is all signs of a new era when we are all members of NATO. Our cooperation has never been as close and never as important, in fact. Iceland has contributed in Nordic cooperation in this area since 2009 when NORDEFCO came about. It was mainly on the political side initially, but now we are also involved in cooperation on the military side. This is important because this is in fact where we organize the defense of the Nordic region and our shared methods of deterrence. NORDEFCO's defense work has grown significantly, and it's very important for those of us sitting around the table. As my colleague mentioned, we've approved a new long-term vision only very recently in 2020, and it was signed last year, 2023. The defense cooperation of all of our countries has grown, and Iceland is taking part very actively in achieving the objectives that we have set up for the cooperation. We and the Nordic region as a whole needs to be considered from north to south and east to west. We have the Russian invasion by Putin in Ukraine and other geopolitical issues. It's very important that Arctic can be a low-tension area. Iceland is a proud member of NATO. We've had very good cooperation with the U.S. based on the cooperation in the area. Our agreement from 1951. From 2014, we've made contributions to the defense which have been on the increase ever since. And we've ensured that we are able to focus on our host nation status and our capabilities. With the Air Force component, there are teams, there are contributions both in terms of Air Force and military vessels. We have seen a number of contributions, for example, in Reykjavik. Clearly, the Nordic Defence Cooperation has developed and changed as a result of changes in the world around us, where the situation has deteriorated, and now when all Nordic countries are in fact members of NATO, we need even more cooperation moving forward. And we have strength in cooperation. I know that we are all able to embark on this journey together.
Talle, Høgni Hoydal, det føreske udenrigsminister. Og så går vi til
We will now move on to, first of all, the Presidium and after the party groups. Thank you, President. I will be brief. I just want to confirm what Torstein Poulsen and Tordis has said. There is also a cooperation with the Faroe Islands, and on behalf of our friends in the Faroe Islands, we want that everything that happens should happen with us, not without us. And I've been talking with some of my colleagues. Gjerte Gottlieb from Denmark made a proposal, which is that now that Finland, Sweden, and all the Nordic autonomous countries are member of NATO, and everyone's talking about increasing the armament, etc., could it be a Nordic suggestion or proposal to say that we should put together a standing peacekeeping UN force? That would be a very good vision, considering our approach in the Nordic countries about this matter. That's just a proposal that I wanted to make. I think that would be very forceful for the Nordic region, and that we could assume this peacekeeping role in the world. Thank you.
Hun taler for presidiet.
Thank you, Anna Starbrink, on behalf of the Presidium. And then Helen Björklund.
Tack för det, president.
Thank you. On behalf of the Presidium, I would like to say thank you to the Ministers of Defense for their reports. We shared the direction and the importance of the continued support to Ukraine, which is so important to all of us and our security. We're living in very uncertain times, but there are several lights in the tunnel. The cohesion in the Nordic region, in Europe, and in the Western world remains strong. And not least, this is the first time that we meet at this session where all Nordic countries are also allied in NATO. Now, it is particularly important that the Nordic potential is used in full and that we can go from words to deeds. There's great strategic and military policy importance in the Nordic region, our geographical location with the Arctic region on the one hand and the Baltic Sea along the other border is a very important responsibility that we have to shoulder. Tomorrow, we will deal with the Presidium proposal on the Helsinki Agreement. It has already been mentioned by many speakers so far, and the Nordic Council will discuss the current proposal from the Presidium, where we propose better preconditions and an expanded mandate on foreign and security as well as defense policy. It is our wish to be able to tackle all these issues by way of a stronger, clearer mandate. We will also deal with a proposal from the Presidium on a Nordic Defence and Security Commission. Now, there are a number of reports and statements and inquiries on this topic, but what we're lacking is a joint commission on defence and security with a Nordic mandate. That is another item to be dealt with tomorrow at the session, and we hope, of course, that further down the line our governments will ensure that our ambitions, as stated here, will be made a reality. Thank you very much. Now, Helen Björklund from the S Group, followed by Emma Berking from the M Group.
Och du har max 2 minuter.
2 minutes speaking time.
President. Rysslands fullskaliga...
Thank you, President. Full-scale war waged by Russia has been going on in 979 days in Ukraine. 979 horrific days of fight, death, pain, sorrow, flight, and stolen children. Russia permanently escalates the war, most recently with soldiers from North Korea, according to information from the Ukrainian intelligence service. At the same time, Ukraine is under restrictions on the weapons they're permitted to use. Russia has no restrictions whatsoever. I put it to you that it is high time to deal with this issue. The Danish minister, Truls Lund Poulsen, said that we need to speak with one united voice. Denmark has been exemplary, and the country which has contributed the most to strengthening Ukraine and initiated the Danish model. I would very much like to address an appeal to say that this is not sufficient, however. We need to do even more. We need to ensure that Ukraine has the possibility to win this war and that they have no restrictions on what they are permitted to use. So my wish is for all of us to join forces and thereby giving Ukraine what they need to win the war against Russia. Thank you. And we have Emma Bergner from the M Group. Next.
Och alla har max 2 minuter.
Tack, fru president.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your report. Arctic is confronted with big changes. Climate changes is threatening the Arctic in particular. The ice melt goes very quickly and will impact the environment, and which is threatening the life condition for everyone in the Arctic. And the geopolitical tensions are also increasing when the ice ridge retracts. Also, the access to natural resources is of interest of many actors. It's important that international law and rules are upheld, at least not the maritime right and the right to free maritime transport. In today's security policy situation, we are confronted with big challenges, but we also need to make sure that this will be a peaceful area also in the future. We know that Russia is and will be a big part of the Arctic. And we also see that China is showing an accrued interest for the Arctic region. So my question is the following, Mr. Minister. How should the Nordic countries act in order to promote peace and low tension in this area and make sure that we have the necessary international cooperation, but at the same time that we also need to defend the security that we expect in the Nordic region? Thank you very much. Thank you. Ann-Sophie Alf from the K Group and Kathy Lee from Nordic Green left.
Tack så mycket, fru president.
Thank you very much. The war in Ukraine has shown that cohesion, unity, gives resilience. The war in Ukraine has shown that it is only if we stand united with others that we can be strong. A strong, cohesive Nordic region is crucial from a geopolitical and security policy perspective. Our Nordic countries share not only the geographic proximity, but also values such as democracy, human rights, and peaceful collaboration. Together, jointly, we can be a force for stability in an ever more turbulent world around us, considering the growing tensions near us. From the Arctic to the Baltic Sea, geopolitically speaking, the Nordic region is an important one, and our geographical location means that we are in between various superpowers with indirect interests from countries such as the US and China, not least. And only by being united can Nordic countries show the rest of the world a stable front and jointly put forward our right to maintain peace and stability in our region. And together we can also be a strong voice to promote international cooperation and strengthen multilateral bodies such as the UN and the Arctic Council, where we have a possibility to have a say on climate change and peaceful relations. From a security policy perspective, cohesion is decisive. Through Nordic operations in the area of security and defense, we're in a better position to counteract threats focusing on our region. Initiatives such as NORDEFCO, the Nordic Defense Cooperation, we have a possibility to strengthen our preparedness, share knowledge and resources, and we have support in NATO and the EU, and we can therefore act forcefully and meet today's security challenges, from everything from cybersecurity to border protection and other factors. Cohesion in the Nordic region is our Nordic gold. Our goal. Together we can secure the future of our countries and build a strong unity representing peace, democracy and security in a world in need of these values more than ever before. But for every centimeter that the front in Ukraine is moved in the wrong direction is another threat to our existence and our security. Let's stand united on Ukraine's side for as long as it takes and with whatever it takes, because Russia needs to be leaving Ukraine. Thank you.
Kathy Lee from Nordic Green left, and after that Joachim Vigelund from Nordic Freedom.
Tack, President.
President? Earlier in this dialogue, I asked a question to the Danish defense minister on how Denmark is dealing with the fact that Danish parts are sold to F-35 jets that have been used to bomb Gaza. I do not think that the answer from the minister was sufficient. Last year, we have seen a big increase in defense budgets, and Europe is going to increase its production of defense material. It's important that we have in place a scheme to make sure that the component that we are producing is not used in breach of international law. I therefore want to ask if this question has been discussed within Nordefco. I think it's important to discuss this question and discuss the responsibility we have here in the Nordics in order to not be complice in killing of innocents. And we have to consider whether our weapons can be used for war crimes and what is probably an ongoing genocide in Gaza. I want to have an answer from you, and I want to know if this is an issue that is being discussed within Nordefco. Thank you. Last man is Joachim Vilnius.
Puhun suomeksi.
Thank you. I will speak Finnish. Chair, peace and security. That's something that we've discussed here in the Nordic Council. But we need to also discuss the biggest threat against all this, Russia. There's nothing new in this to us as Finns with the threat from Russia. That did not start in February 2022. We Finns have recognized the Russian threat, and we've felt it over the course of many, many years, and we've paid a high price for being Russia's neighbors. We've been at war with Russia, and now we experience a new type of hostility with cyber attacks, that sea pipelines are being cut, and that threats are made to our eastern border. We do not perceive it as a war as of yet, but it could be preparations for war, and instability that we're not yet in a state to ability to respond to. Russia is a threat to Finland, to the Nordic region, to Europe, and to the world. And as a Finn, it is very interesting to me to hear how this is something that has been understood and now spoken out loud. The fact that there is a threat, that we are a member of NATO now, that we are all standing united against the threat from Russia. Every Russian tank that is being destroyed in Ukraine is less of a threat to us. Thank you. I have no one further on the speakers list. Thank you for a very interesting and important debate. Can the Nordic Council accept this presentation and the statement by the ministers? Thank you. That's adopted. And I have a piece of news. Doris Jakobsen Jensen, your colleague, congratulations on your birthday. Birthday wishes. So we conclude under item 9. And we're running a little bit behind on our schedule, but I'm going to hand over for the next item to my colleague.
I don't know what is.
Ja, kära vänner.
Dear friends, we will now move on to item 10 on the agenda. I hope that you are still going strong here. We are going to discuss the budget for the Nordic Council of Ministers, and we have a consideration on the Nordic Council of Ministers proposal for its budget, and the document is B348. And I will first of all give the floor to the spokesman from the Presidium, Oddny Haraldsdottir. You have the floor, and you have 2 minutes to present your proposal.
Forseti, kæru félagar, fjárhagsáætlun.
Yes, dear colleagues, the budget is a very important item, and it's also gives us the possibility to achieve our goals, and it's important to have consensus on the budget, both by the ministers and the parliamentarians. It's therefore a pleasure for me to say that we've had this, or we've found this consensus now. We have agreed on the budget, which is well, a year and a half ago, we were here in Reykjavik discussing the content of the plans for 2025 to 2030. The discussion between the Presidium and the Council of Ministers has continued, and then we edited a text in September where both the Presidium and the Ministers for Cooperation took part. And now we will put this to the vote, or to see if we can adopt this budget. We've presented different proposals to you, but all this is included. Not all the proposals are included, but that's also the case. When you negotiate, you can't obtain everything you want. We need to have something that we have to fight for and argue about. That is also important. Of course, transparency is important. Evaluation of the budget is also important, and you will find all this described in the text. And it's support for organization for the civil society, youth and children, and increased resilience in the Nordic countries. And we also say that we need to strengthen the Nordic cooperation within the transport sector. The Nordic Council looks forward to the new period, and we also hope that we will have a good cooperation like we've had this last few years, and that we can agree on the vision that we have for 2030. The Presidium asks that this budget be approved for the period for 2025. Sorry. Thank you, Oddny. And you could ask for a rejoiner here, but I can't see that anyone has asked for one, so we'll move on with the speakers list. Next speaker, Mosten Berlin, Minister for Nordic Cooperation from Denmark. You have the floor.
Tak for det.
Thank you. I'd like to briefly give a presentation of the Council of Ministers proposal for budget 2025 and mention a few words on the good cooperation that the Minister for Cooperation and Nordic Council have had on the matter of the budget. In 2025, we have focused on reaching our vision. We're still working towards becoming the most sustainable integrated region by 2030, and we do this based on the new cooperation program for each sector, and we're setting very clear political objectives. It gives us the framework for all the work that we do in Nordic community, and therefore also for our budget. You can safely say that the budget for 2025 to a very great extent reflects clearly and well-defined politically prioritized objectives. The overall budget framework from 2024 continues into 2025, and the budget is therefore approximately well over 1 billion Danish kroner, a good, close cooperation between the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Nordic Council is something which is of great significance to the Ministers for Cooperation. I'm therefore very pleased to say that the process has been excellent and constructive with the Nordic Council on the design of the cooperation programs, and the discussions on the budgets have also been constructive. And as 7 of you have already noticed, the agreement between the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Nordic Council has a different form than it has previously. Through the new political objectives, there have also been amendments made to the budget, which means that the wishes and priorities of the Nordic Council can be reflected at an earlier stage in the budget process than has previously been the case. The dialogue on the budget took place in August, and we now have a draft agreement which both the Presidium and the group of ministers can back up. It is a joint political agreement which reflects the good cooperation, and it paves the way for a continued good dialogue between the Council of Ministers and the Council. Areas where we have agreed to focus particular attention on in the future concerning integration and mobility, support to civil society, children and young people, culture and education, and enhanced resilience in the Nordic countries. I don't have time to go through all of the elements of the agreement, but it's a very good budget for 2025, I have to say, but you can read more about it in detail in the draft agreement and the report on the budget. And once again, I'd like to express our debt of gratitude to the Nordic Council for excellent cooperation, which we very much look forward to continuing. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the speakers list. Next speaker is Kim Berg from the Social Democratic Group.
Ärade president, budgetprocessen
President, the budget process between the Nordic Council and the Council of Ministers has sometimes been challenging. The ministers' new vision and the impact on the Nordic budget has been a very challenge for the process and budget practice. In the budget for next year, there are different redistributions of budget items, which makes it difficult to get a comprehensive overview and understanding of where the savings are taking place. It would have been good if the dealing with this budget and the items further on would be more transparent and easier to list. The budget for next year will change the principle for the support for the Nordic associations, and further on, these associations will have to ask for financing of their activity with other international associations that are being funded by the Council of Ministers. It would be important that these associations do not need to apply for financing, which was originally planned without application. And they were able to ask for this for a 3-year period. That this financing principle are being changed is something that does not give sufficient stability for the future of these Nordic associations. And on behalf of them, I would ask the Council of Ministers to change this principle for financing when they will start working on the budget for 2026, and that they would revert to the same financing that they had before for the Nordic associations. Do not forget that these associations, they have existed for over 100 years, and they are really a cornerstone in the Nordic cooperation, and that the Nordic Council has been built around. These are very valuable citizen associations that really play a very important role here and will do so also in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Tack så mycket. Nästa talare är Joni Ovaska.
Thank you. Joni Ovaska from the Center Group is the next speaker. You have the floor.
2 minuter.
2 minutes.
och
Thank you. The Center Group is happy with the fact that the Council of Ministers, to a great extent, has taken into account the wishes of the Nordic Council, also those which are more of a principled nature. For example, the request for a more systematic focus on governance based on performance has been well received, and it has the positive impact that the budget document now is approximately 100 pages shorter than it used to be. The cutbacks, yes, the cutbacks in culture and education have ceased, and in culture there is in fact an extension and increase. We've also secured other requests, and the Council of Ministers are willing to focus and invest in the core areas of Nordic cooperation, Nordic integration in particular. Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker is Helge Orten from the Conservative Group. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, President, and thanks to the Council of Ministers and also the Presidium who have proposed this budget. I'm happy to hear that the process has been good and that there is a consensus on the priorities in this budget. That is important because we've experienced that the difficulties before, and we're very happy to see that things are going better now. A few comments to this budget. However, it's important that we have a common vision about this most sustainable and integrated vision in 2030. But 2030 is just around the corner. So we need to have a budget that makes it possible for us to move towards this goal. The 1 billion that the Council of Ministers will dispose will not solve all problems. So you need to coordinate this with the efforts made by each country in order to achieve this goal. I also find it very positive that we have increased the focus on what use the measures have for the Nordic region. This is important. And I think this should be a guidance for everything we do in the Nordic Council, and especially when we are about to adopt a budget. And like I've said before, we have changed, or the Council of Ministers has changed the system for allocating means, and it's important that the Council of Ministers remembers that we secure long-term security with these grants that are made in order to make sure that these subsidies are well used. That is important. And I cannot mention the Council of Ministers budget without saying that when something that the Nordic Council has said every year, we need an item, Council of Ministers for Transport and Infrastructure.
Tack, då har vi inte fler talare.
Thank you. We have no further speakers on the list. Does that then conclude the debate? Thank you. That's carried. Then we're going to proceed with the next item, which is the vote. It's the first time at this session that we will proceed with voting, so we will test the equipment first of all. You've all received one of these devices. Is there anyone who has not received one? Raise your hand now. If there's anyone who's still missing a voting device, now is the time to report this. I get the impression that everyone has received it, as intended. We have a question that we'd like you to respond to by using the voting device. If you vote in favor, you press 1. If you vote against, you press 2. And if you'd like to abstain, you press number 3. And here is the question. Is the number on your voting device the right one? Does it correspond to the number of your rejoinder request note? And you reply in favor, against, or abstention. Yes, no, or abstention. Is the number the same on your voting device as the number on your rejoinder request form? Is everyone ready to vote? No, I hear someone saying they're not ready yet. When you have made your choice, voted in favor or against or abstention, you should receive a message to say mottaget, received, on your device.
Så nu ställer jag frågan.
And now I ask once again if everyone has been able to vote. Have you all submitted your vote? The vote is closed. And let's have a look at the result, hopefully on a screen somewhere. There we go. 64 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. Very good. Now, is there anyone who has experienced a problem, a device that has malfunctioned? Please make yourself known at this point. Oh, excellent. I find that the trial vote has been concluded, and we'll proceed with the vote on agenda item 10.1, the report on the proposal from the Council of Ministers concerning the budget for the Nordic Council of Ministers 2025. B348. All those in favor will press the green button. All those against will vote red for no. And if you would like to abstain, you press yellow. Is everyone ready to vote? We open the vote now. Please vote now. Has everyone voted? The vote is closed. Let's have a look. Here is the results. 65 votes in favor, no votes against, and no abstentions. The report is thereby adopted. Thank you very much. That concludes this item on the Nordic Council of Ministers Budget 2025.
Bra jobbat allihop.
Good work, everyone.
Då går vi över till nästa dagordning.
And we'll proceed with the next item, which is item 11. The report by the Ministers for Cooperation and Question Time. And we will first listen to the report by the Minister for Cooperation on freedom of movement. A very interesting debate. The Nordic Council has stepped up its work on the matter of freedom of movement obstacles, and this is a topic which we in the Presidium discussed with the Ministers for Cooperation at our meeting yesterday. So we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Jag ger härmed ordet.
I'm going to give the floor to the Danish Minister for Cooperation, Morten Dahlin. First of all, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Tak for det.
Thank you, dear esteemed Nordic parliamentarians. A Nordic region without any obstacles to freedom of movement is something we would all like to achieve. Unfortunately, this has proven to be like weeds in the garden. It comes back over and over again, no matter how skilled a gardener you are. But that doesn't mean that we will stop trying. For example, I can tell you that 7 obstacles have been dealt with and additionally 2 resolved in the period from July 2023 to 2024. Obstacles which the Council had prioritized. And these obstacles have been the basis for an in-depth verification with an explanation of either why and how they could be resolved or why they had to be closed down. And in this discussion, it's very important that we need to also celebrate our successes in an area such as tax and taxation. As many in here know, that Denmark and Sweden in June of this year entered into an agreement on a revision of the so-called Öresund Agreement. It's expected to enter into force next year, The agreement, which is a taxation agreement, is a major step forward for the Öresund region and in reality for the Nordic region as a whole. And I'm convinced that this agreement can serve as great inspiration to other countries. And if Denmark and Sweden can agree on an agreement in such a complex area as taxation, it should be possible also for other countries. We're coming into very interesting times. Next year, as you know, we've worked for a long time to promote mobility in the Nordic region, but now we will step up our ambitions even further. For the first time, the Nordic Cooperation Ministers have entered into a cooperation program with even higher levels of ambition for mobility and freedom of movement. We're now launching a 6-year program for freedom of movement in the Nordic countries, which will secure results and a higher ownership politically, with synergies between information and cooperation in the areas of freedom of movement. The Freedom of Movement Council will have a 3-year mandate where they will work to remove obstacles to freedom of movement, but also work to try and ensure that new obstacles do not occur, especially in the digital area. Those are going to be important components. The new council will consist of 8 national members, and the dialogue and cooperation with the Nordic Council will take place continuously, very closely and at political level. And I'm convinced that the work will continue as intensively as previously, but I hope that it will now see even more successes. In particular, since with the new model, we can have a stronger national coherence. By way of conclusion, I'd like to mention that when it comes to the services with which we've not been able to conclude as much as we've had, I'd like to mention the close cooperation with that the Danish government have within the Commonwealth with the Faroe Islands and Greenland, and by using dialogue, it is possible to remove a lot of obstacles to freedom of movement. So we want to thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for Morten Dahlin's presentation, we have a number of rejoinders. We're not going to be able to go through them all, but first, Maria Stokast from the Conservative Group, you have 1 minute. And afterwards to Anna Starbrink from the Centre Group. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and the Minister of Cooperation. The Freedom of Movement Council has a mandate from the Nordic Cooperation Ministers to promote free movement in the Nordics. When a national legislation proposal has to be debated, that you have to look at and look at it from different perspectives, from the environment and state finances, and if it's also compatible with EU legislation. And of course, if there are no demands to look at what consequences this puts on free movement of people who commute or move within the Nordics, and how will the minister then prioritize the preventative work to ensure that we don't get new obstacles between us in the Nordics? Thank you.
Good.
Mange tak for det.
Thank you for that question. Fortunately, today, in the Nordic countries, I'm not going to mention one over another, but Denmark and the Faroe Islands, for example, where when you make a new bill, you have to also consider whether it will impact Nordic cooperation. And if that is the case, there's an obligation to include this in the comments. You're doing this with open eyes, even if it does introduce an obstacle, and it becomes obvious to all to see whether anything can be amended in the proposed act so that you avoid creating a new barrier. I'm not going to suggest to everyone what they should do, but perhaps you could be inspired by this model. I think it's working fairly well, at least from a Danish perspective.
Tack för det.
Thank you. And Anna Starbrink from the Centre Group, and after that, Per-Arne Håkansson from the Social Democratic Group. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the report. I have a question pertaining to the need for a Nordic coordination around EU issues. We have a new parliament, we have a new commission on its way, and I think there are a lot of common Nordic interests to back up, and not least when it comes to implementation of new EU legislation and laws in a way that would avoid new border obstacles. And I think it's a question that perhaps the Minister of Cooperation could prioritize also in the EU. Thank you.
Tusind tak for spørgsmålet.
Thank you very much for this question, and thank you for putting the limelight on an area which is a very essential issue. How do we secure that EU legislation can be transposed in the best possible manner? And secondly, how do we keep the focus on ensuring that we do not implement EU legislation in ways that differ so much from one country to another that we introduce new obstacles? It happens as a side effect, which is negative, as it were. I think there's potential for further dialogue there amongst the Nordic countries who are members of the EU. And I think that this could happen within the context of Nordic cooperation ministers, but also the Council of Ministers in the respective policy areas. But I'm convinced, nevertheless, that there is potential. It's like weed, which pops up in every possible way, and you notice this when it's time to mow the lawn. So I think that there's huge potential here. Thank you.
Thank you. And then it's Per-Arne Håkansson, next speaker. No, you've taken yourself off the list. Then we have time to Johan Hultberg, also from the Conservative Group. You have the floor.
Ordförande, jag är ju...
Chair, I am genuinely interested or moved by the fact that we represent that Nordic should be one of the most integrated regions, but I think we have to prioritize things a bit higher. The Nordic border obstacles are documented and quality ensured within the database that we have for Nordic border obstacles. And it's an extremely important tool for the freedom of movement issue. And it is unique, and it is not in any other region in the world. And up until now, the database has been public and accessible for everyone. And now the Nordic governments have decided that in the future it will not be published and no longer be accessible. There will be an intern database for certain officials. And this perturbs me. And I would like to ask why the Nordic ministers have decided to do this, and what do they do to ensure that citizens have also been able to know more about this important issue?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for your sincere interest in community and how we can best remove obstacles and barriers. I think there are several essential points in what you're saying and in the solution that we've concluded to opt for. And it's also about using our resources in the best possible, most effective way so that we can be as effective as possible. And the new solution is the way in which we evaluate that we get the most back for the resources implemented. So it is essential, after all, that we can resolve these barrier issues. And there's also the question of how we can ensure transparency and public involvement in the work for freedom of movement. It's very important, of course, that we have an ongoing, continuous dialogue with the Freedom of Movement Council, Nordic Council of Ministers. And I'm convinced that there are a lot of people present here in this room who are prepared to do absolutely everything to ensure that we never forget the importance of the work for freedom of movement. So I'm very comfortable in the model we've chosen. I believe that this is the one that uses the resources most efficiently. And I'm convinced that there will also be a public debate, which is necessary so that we can ensure that we progress with the work.
Thank you very much, and we thank Morten Dahlin for this presentation. And we go to these speakers for the Committee for Growth and Development, Kjell-Arne Ottosson. You're welcome to the floor, and your speaking time is 2 minutes. Thank you, Chair. And I have several hats, even also the Freedom of Movement Council, but now I'm actually not going to be representative anymore after the new year, so I'm going to leave that post, so you know that. But thank you, Morten, thank you for your presentation. It is, I'm happy that the Swedish presidency have said that one should focus on that which is the Nordic Council call, which is border obstacle work, and that work is to be accelerated. The result of this work is we're going to be able to know about this, that this can be used both positively and negatively. And if we also, it's like a car. If you break it, then they have negative acceleration. So whatever you do, then you have, then in some way you have accelerated it. So the presidency has anyway considered that has been successful. I'd like to talk about what we have been able to do to this link to this vision. Just as Morten Dahlin mentioned in his presentation, there are 9 obstacles which have been dealt with during the year, but there are only two of them are resolved. The other 7 have been set aside, but they're still obstacles, border obstacles, that they're still there. Is there any ambition to actually resolve these obstacles? Are these being followed up? There's an opportunity to resolve them, or if there are other governments with other ambitions, for example, because we have to strive towards not trying to just put them aside, but to resolve these obstacles. This with preventative work, then Morten mentioned that, but my time is running out, so that I'll have to round up with that, even though I wanted to mention how the ministers, cooperation ministers, are going to work to get their other minister colleagues on track. Otherwise, we'll never resolve the vision. Thank you very much.
Tack för det, Kjell-Arne.
Thank you very much, Kjell Arne. And that's the party group's spokesperson, starting with Kim Berg from the Social Democratic Group. You have 2 minutes. I'm going to speak Finnish this time.
Arvoisa presidentti, ministerineuvoston
The Minister Council's proposal to move the Info Nordics to work we are not supporting that in the Nordic Association. If the Finnish Council said it is negative and dangerous, except in the good and border obstacle work in Finland, the Council of Ministers plan doesn't take into account how all the work is being realized in Finland at Pohjola and Norden in cooperation with the Info Norden groups. And because the Pohjola Norden has so far administrated Info Norden and also worked with the network there, the work has been easy to divide, both when it comes to tasks and funding, very well between these two as necessary. The synergy has also been benefited because it has represented the civil society's also opinions as well. If Info Pohjola will move to be under the Council of Ministers, this synergy would not exist because the Pohjola Norden cannot answer alone for its activities, nor could it support Info Pohjola's mandate. So I would ask the ministers, is it possible that the countries would be given in the future an opportunity themselves to decide how the Info Nordics should continue in the future and to be most cost effective in each country, so that the well-functioning obstacle work would not be affected in Finland? Thank you. And the next speaker is Katarina Dirma from the Centre Group. You have 2 minutes.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you, President, and thank you for the account by the Minister. Yesterday, we talked a lot about letters in this room, and I intend to do the same. In the autumn of 2022, the Freedom of Movement Council sent a letter to the Nordic Cooperation Minister in relation to improve Nordic cooperation on civil registry and census matters. The reply came in the summer of 2024, 2 years later. The Freedom of Movement Council expressed a view that we need to simplify the everyday life for people in the Nordic region by improving cooperation in the area of civil registry and census information. There's no automatic exchange of information between Nordic authorities currently when the situation for individuals change. If you have double citizenship, for example, marriage, divorce, birth of a child, a name change, or a person who is deceased. We note in the reply that there's lack of unity between the countries when it comes to an update of the agreement on civil registry information. I'd like to ask the Minister if the Minister shares the assessment of the Freedom of Movement Council that it would make everyday life easier for citizens in the Nordic countries if cooperation could be introduced between the Nordic countries in the area of civil registry. And will the new program for freedom of movement in the Nordic region mean that communication between the Freedom of Movement Council and the Ministers for Cooperation can be done in a more efficient manner? Thank you.
Tack Katarina.
Thank you, Katarina. The next speaker is Victoria Tivlon from Nordic Freedom.
Fru ordförande, ärade
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, we meet here during 4 days to do good for our Nordic citizens, but we have to be honest. How are we benefiting them? The Nordic Council is an expensive organization for the countries, and the target is that the Nordic Council should work for Nordic citizens. But many don't even know that the Nordic Council exists, or how much they pay through their tax systems to the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers. The border obstacles work is at the core of the work, and it has to be speeded up. And the list of obstacles grows constantly, and the list of the border obstacles that have been solved is embarrassingly short. We heard just from Morten Dahlin, he talked about that during 1 year, and they have solved 2 border obstacles and written off 7. We have to work harder in order to make it easier to live in a Nordic country and work in another Nordic country. We say over and over again that the Nordic should be the world's most integrated region by 2030. But how are things going? No, this is not good enough. The priority number 1 and number 2 and number 3 has to be to resolve border obstacles. And I do want to ask the cooperation ministers to move this issue up on your agenda. To solve border obstacles is what would really help our Nordic citizens. Otherwise, the question of Nordic Council has any right to exist is an issue, because you cannot rest on past laurels. Thank you very much.
Tack. Då är nästa
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annette Holmberg Jansson from the Conservative Group.
Fru president,
President, one of the recurring barriers to freedom of movement in Nordic cooperation is recognition of vocational certificates in healthcare. In spite of the fact that we share long-standing history and we cooperate closely, we have difficulties when it comes to dietists and nutritional experts, people who work with auditory checks, etc. There are a number of areas where competent, skilled practitioners are unable to move due to barriers to freedom of movement. In Finland, for example, there are individual assessments of certification which could lead to a situation which is inconsistent for individuals with the same education and vocational training. We've seen that in spite of identical training, the rulings have been different for different individuals, suggesting that it would be beneficial to introduce equal terms and conditions. What is done to simplify and make the processes more uniform? The Swedish Board of Social Health and Welfare and similar authorities in Finland are trying to work together, but to have true added value at Nordic level, we need to work with the Nordic region as a whole. Harmonized requirements would benefit the practitioners, but it would also contribute to reducing the barriers to freedom of movement and strengthening our joint labor market. A unified system is an important step towards having a more flexible, integrated labor market in the Nordic region. This is very much in line with our vision for 2020 of a more open and more cohesive Nordic region. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. And now the last speaker in this debate is Jette Gottlieb from the Nordic Green Left. You're welcome. Yes, thank you. The question about border obstacles has many aspects, and we talked about passport freedom and also common markets. But I would like to concentrate on something which is not so often talked about, and that is the physical border obstacles which are that our countries are also bound by infrastructure. It is such that it is quite difficult to come from one place to another because our common infrastructures are built out enough. A clear example, of course, is that this train traffic which is in the Scandinavian countries. Of course, I have flown to Iceland, but I think it's important for our future that our physical infrastructures also function. And if they don't function, then it is a real border obstacle. I think it should be part of the entire border obstacle discussion because which is the material thing. It is what ordinary citizens notice that they cannot come from one country to another. And I'd like to ask for the border obstacle group to also consider that the physical aspects are put in place. Otherwise, we're going to have to create new border obstacles. Thank you.
Tack för det.
Thank you. I noted, of course, that during the rejoinders, there were a number of questions to the ministers for cooperation, and I hope, in particular, the Danish minister might be able to comment on those questions. I see a nod when you are given the floor next time. So I would like to take this presentation and add it to the minutes for the meeting. Thank you. That's carried. Opening up for the next item, the presentation by Ministers for Cooperation 11.2. And I'd like to point you all to the fact that and inform you that it is possible to put a rejoinder to the address by each of the ministers, but then we also have a question and answer session where it's possible to ask questions. And before we open up for the debate, I'd like to remind you of the rules for the debate. The minister giving the introductory remarks has 5 minutes, and then the other ministers have 3 minutes, and other speakers will have a speaking time of 2 minutes each. To be included on the speakers list, you need to raise your blue-green card clearly to ensure that the members of the Secretariat have been able to make note of it, and you also need to make sure that they have. And the ministers will speak from this podium, from the rostrum, and the rostrum for rejoinders over here for the request for rejoinders. And we will first give the floor to Jessica Rosenkrantz, the Swedish Minister for Cooperation, who will present the statement by the ministers. 5 minutes speaking time, and then other ministers 3 minutes each.
Madam Chair, dear Nordic parliamentarians, dear guests, let me start out by noting that we are meeting here in a time of a serious security policy situation in Russia, which is driving its illegal and brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. Resolute support for Ukraine is more important than ever, and our democratic cooperation is today more important than ever before. The Nordics is more than just a place. It is a community of values. And I think President Zelensky put it so well yesterday when he spoke of time, how our Nordics countries' history and democracy are witnessing that we have had time to form our societies, time to build common identities and to show the world our own Nordic particularities. and Ukraine and their people deserve the same time, and to live in peace is a prerequisite. We're proud that the Nordics are unified and strong and deliver strong support to Ukraine. The Nordics has also many challenges, but of a different nature, of course. We have the need to strengthen our competitive edge if we want to be a growth region for knowledge and new innovations. We see how organized crime threatens our societies, and climate change is the effects of which need policies to achieve our emission targets. And collaboration is a prerequisite to be able to handle all of these problems. The Nordic Council of Ministers is an important platform discussing common solutions, and Nordic collaboration in the EU is also important. A closer cooperation on several levels is what the Nordic cooperation is about. Madam Chair, let me now talk about our operations and activities during 2024. Under Vision 2030, the Nordic being the world's most sustainable integrated region and a more secure, greener and freer Nordics has been the point of departure for the Swedish presidency this year, with a particular focus on integrated Nordics without border obstacles. During the year, we prioritized questions about strengthening competitiveness and ensuring jobs for the green and digital transition. What was also particular for the Swedish chairmanship was a closer exchange of experiences where we see common Nordic challenges such as organized crime. During the year, also the Nordic-Baltic cooperation has been looked at, intensified in several areas. For example, when it comes to social and health issues, and labor life criminality, and the protection of cultural heritage, for example, with times of crisis. Work for an integrated Nordic without border obstacles has been in a particular focus for all of us cooperation ministers. We've discussed concrete border obstacles, taxation issues, digital mobility, but also how we should improve our working methods in order to achieve better results when it comes to more complex questions that face us. As my Danish colleague also reported, when it came to border obstacles, we have taken down some of these obstacles. It shows that we are on the right track, but there's still a lot more that has to be done bilaterally, nationally, regionally, and Nordically. I wanted in particular to talk about the important bilateral steps that have been taken, the revised Öresund agreement between Denmark and Sweden, Sweden's and Finland's decision to improve routines for exchange, also with population registration information. There are a lot of challenges when it comes to also cross-border work, but we have to resolve these if we're going to have a more integrated, cohesive area. That is why the ministers have taken on board the program for freedom of movement in their new cooperation program. All of this needs a common efforts from all the Nordic countries. The importance of the work has to be found to find common solutions. There's also the message in the declaration which was taken by our ministers and leaders yesterday. During the years, the cooperation ministers played an important role in to lead and the process for continued work with our vision to 2030. We are proud that the Nordic Council of Ministers has taken on 14 new programs, and there are also targets and part targets also to take this work forward. This has been a process. We have a lot of work with the economy, civil society, and other relevant actors in society. But the implementation is just as important and requires that there are many of us who work on a broad front with this work. If you look across these programs, there are many themes that are going to play a large role in our work. It comes to preparedness and resilience, and of course the new geopolitical situation, which needs better Nordic collaboration. We also have to, in other areas, work to look after our language, our cultural understanding, and our traditions, and use our common resources to create also sustainability based on innovation and competencies that match the needs of the future. We are halfway there to the vision. We've come a partly along the way, but it's also we have to rush. We have lots to do. But let us continue our common work for a closer Nordic collaboration, which is also very important to our countries and also our resilience and welfare. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much, Jessica. There are many who would like to have rejoinders. We're not going to have possibility with that, but I'm going to let 3 rejoinders now. I want you to respect the time for 1 minute, and then we're going to give more people opportunities. We'll start with the representative from the Nordic Youth Council. So the Nordic Youth Council, 1 minute, please.
Tack, fru Forsitti. Ärade minister.
Thank you. Minister, for a long time that we have been used to being able to move freely in the Nordics. Passport and border controls should not affect our lives in the Nordics, but we want to be the most integrated region in the world by 2030. And I find it difficult to see how we should be the most integrated region in 2030 if we are going to have border controls in the Nordics. When does the minister think that the government will feel it's ready to remove these border controls? Thanks. Thank you for the floor.
Varsågod, Jessica.
You have the floor, Jessica. Thank you. Well, of course, we would all like to live in a world where we don't have to have border controls. So I agree with the fact that we're trying to work to pull down obstacles, but then we're living in the world which is as it is, and it's important that governments do have the tools in place which are needed to ensure that we have security. And also police have to be able to have the opportunity to carry out controls when it comes to the serious and issues, suspicions of terrorism and organized crime across borders, which has happened both in Sweden but also in our neighboring countries. So I can note that it is problematic that we live in the world we do. But I can be happy at the same time that the negative consequences of, for example, border controls in the Danish-Swedish region seem to be less than we thought. As we can see, the commuting over the Öresund has increased and is record high after the pandemic. So my short answer would be that we're trying to live in a world where we don't need controls, but right now we do need them in many directions to ensure that we have our own order and security. Thank you. And now Stein Erik Lares from the Social Democratic Group. And after that, it is Liv Kari Eskeland from the Conservative Group.
Thank you, President. I have one question about the follow-up of the report of Gunnar Lindberg's preconditions for an extended Nordic cooperation within transport and infrastructure. This report was included in the budget for 2023, where we agreed that we will continue the discussion in order to create a Nordic Transport Minister Council. A precondition is that the Nordic Council should support different forms of cooperation and in order to develop transports strategically in the Nordics. At the topical session in Tórshavn, your predecessor was asked how to follow up this report, and the answer was that they hadn't had time to do something with this. So I will ask you now if you can give us a concrete answer as to the decisions which have been made to follow up this report, and can you inform us about the process that will follow? We have paid 500,000 Danish kroner for this report, so would it be sad if it ended up in a drawer? And if you haven't done anything with the report, I think it's a good proof that we need our own Nordic Transport Minister Council.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. First, I'd like to maintain that I think that Gunnar Lindberg's report contains many recommendations that show how important Nordic cooperation is, but also how much is already being carried out in the area. and a question of trying to expand it from a form issue to practice, and I think that that's important. The report, when it was represented in the spring, was welcomed by some, and it was noted that we need a continued analysis, not least by the affected transport areas that are affected. Infrastructure departments in Sweden has noted that more improvement proposals are already carried out, either continuously or as necessary. And for example, examples of increasing green mobility and public transport and provision of electrification of collective transport in rural areas. That's a positive, and also the project has a charting of public and non-public, also charging infrastructure also, which is good. The transport ministers' last meeting in August was about civil, also defense and preparedness and electrification of road transport, and the continued dialogue with the Nordic Council on the follow-up of Lindberg's report and the common issues there. I think that should involve also ministers that are involved so that can have a good and substantial dialogue. So that is where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Last rejoinder is Liv Karin Eskeland from the Conservative Group. You have 1 minute. Thank you very much for this very good introduction. And I also would like to thank the Danish Cooperation Minister. He said that if we want to introduce new rules, we also need to look into the border barriers. But we have now also said that the difficulties for the transport makes it clear that we need to do something about this. Goods that are transported between the south and north of Norway are passing through Sweden. But now we have decided that, or we've seen that there is a new regulation or regulation for tariffs. And that is complicated things. Goods, thousands of trailers will have to be removed from the Swedish railroad to the Norwegian roads. So this is a problem. We don't know how the Swedes are thinking to solve this solution or this situation. Thank you.
Good. Tack.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I understand, of course, that this is an important question, which in a larger plane is about having a good functioning transport between our countries. And the prerequisite for that is that to be able to also transport goods over borders in the Nordics. This is, as I understand it, a very technical question which has been discussed for some time in the Norwegian Swedish customs council, however one would put it, and it is about Sweden also follow some EU legislation which means some changes, and it's about having a new system between the customs authorities, which talk about possible simplifications of those situations. I think I have to try to refer to the dialogue which is happening between our authorities, relevant authorities. But I note the question and the fact that it is being talked about here today, and I will take it back to the Swedish government. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This discussion is now over, and let's move on to the speakers list. Next speaker is the Danish Minister for Nordic Cooperation, Morten Dahlin. And there will also be possibilities for rejoinders here. You can show your card in order to ask for rejoinder, but I don't think we will hear much from you. Morten Dahlin, you have 3 minutes for your presentation. Thank you very much. I will be brief and fast. I was up here 10 minutes ago, and I do understand that you have a lot of rejoinder. I will therefore refer to the speech I made 10 minutes ago, and you can go ahead and put your rejoinder straight away.
Väldigt föredömligt.
Very exemplary. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the list of people, and the first one out is Victoria Tillblom, Nordic Freedom. You have 1 minute.
Fortryder min.
All right, now I mustn't regret my generosity. Thanks so very much. Morten, you know, just as I do, that in the summer, just 25 years ago, then the Öresund bridge was made. I live in Skåne, which I know how important it is for our region. When it was opened, I think that once the bridge is built, it shouldn't be built, but now it's become a cash cow for both the Swedish and the Danish governments. And my question to the minister is, will you, together with Sweden, try to work for making the bridge cost-free, now that it has been built so many years ago?
Thank you for putting the focus on the 25th anniversary for the Öresund Bridge. I remember that my father went over this bridge at that point in time. I have discovered that I have some Swedish roots, or from Skåne in Sweden. It can be a very nice discussion to open up this discussion, but the Nordic cooperation for me has been much more than just theory and philosophy. I've been living in Helsingfors, Ystad, so there are lives that are being lived on both sides of this strait, and of course the bridge is very important. So to your question now. Do the Danish government have an intention of stop the payment for this bridge? This is not immediate. The different income that we have from different bridges, it goes into the budget. So it's not up to us just to make a proposal to make it a free ride over the Öresund Bridge. But it is also important that we see this in connection with the infrastructure, in connection with this bridge. And we do make very huge investments with the infrastructure. And that is very important. And I think that this bridge, Öresund Bridge, is the symbol of what it is possible to create when you act together for the businesses and for the civil society and on both sides of the bridge.
Thank you. And now from the representative from the Centre Group, you have the floor.
Nej, jag ska inte svara Ann-Sofie Alm, jag ska prata med Morten Dahlin istället. Tack.
Well, thank you, Chair. And I had a presentation earlier where I put a few other questions to you, but I didn't get directly answers to, but that's why I've taken quickly now. We're talking about the border obstacles, new border obstacles were actually solved. Only 2 of them were solved. Then we have 7 border obstacles that are still left. But how do you work in order that these border obstacles will be followed up so that when we get new legislation or changes in some kind of government where you change the ambitions for trying or rather to look at them again, because they are still border obstacles. And this preventative work, you mentioned that in your presentation, so we'll let that be. But finally, how do you work as cooperation minister to try to get your minister colleagues back on track? And if you don't do that, we won't move ahead on this. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. And to the first part, it's about what we are going to do with the border obstacles that have been written off. I believe that it's important that we have a continuous political focus on the border obstacle work. And I don't want to say that in our work that there will be opportunities or where we look at writing off some obstacles. We have to be honest and say that the 7 have been worked through. We have looked at them, and there are explanations as to why they have been written off and not resolved. And that's why you shouldn't put one's expectations too high when it comes to that. But I think it's a very good point, and I will take it back on board. And the principle that we have in Denmark, where we look whether it has an effect, whether law has an effect on certain processes. I don't think it's a bad thought. I think I'd like to take it back on board. And you also asked the most essential question, that's about how we ensure that we in Nordic cooperation ministers have an even stronger voice on the other ministers in other areas. And this, I think, the new structure for border obstacle work, the new program, the new mandate, it is is a step in the right direction in order to ensure that that we have a good role as cooperation ministers that will give us also more tools to fight with in this, put this on the agenda. So I've speculated on whether it also isn't communications question here. When we're talking about the Öresund deal between Denmark and Sweden, then it could, everything that we could when it came to communication, and a lot of it was all in the media and everything. And I can imagine that is that important, but it's a good way of showing that there's also a political gain there to get rid of border obstacles. But we're trying to find a political gain, or trying to win something for a win-win here. And often we can, if one of the central jobs is to ensure that it'll be expanded, not just for the cooperation ministers, but also for to the other ministers. Thank you very much. And now these rejoinders round is finished, and now we go to welcome the Faroes Minister for Cooperation. You have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Tack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director for Nordic Council members, ministers, dear guests. It's a great pleasure for me at the annual meeting here in Reykjavik. This is a highlight of the Nordic cooperation, where we mark one of the world's biggest regional cooperation, and also the values that we share. Peace and security in Arctic is the motto for this year's session. And it's important because the world has changed a lot since the historical summit here in Reykjavik between Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev in 1986. The global security environment is changing, and the High North, the Arctic, is more and more important in the global balance of powers. The Faroe Islands, we want to bear our responsibility in this world which is changing in cooperation with this Nordic neighbors. We want to work for peace, stability, and all this should be based on international law. We have to prepare for an uncertain future when we meet new security challenges, climate changes, pandemic, natural disasters, cyber attacks, and other threats. Many of these are spontaneous, and they do not limit themselves to national borders. We have to have a good coordination for the civil preparedness between our countries, and I'm happy that our minister is very successful with our civil preparedness, and also in the Nordic region, that is the same. And Parliament and the government in the Faroe Islands has said that nothing should happen about us without us. I'm born in 1994 myself. 2 weeks before my birth, our government made a presentation to the parliament, and he said that we haven't yet obtained full membership in the Nordic cooperation, but it moves in the right direction. This was 30 years ago. The Faroe Islands finds the cooperation, Nordic cooperation, very useful, and have sought membership in the Nordic Council and Council of Ministers. But we still do not have this full membership. And I see that you are working on reviewing the Helsinki Treaty, and tomorrow this will be decided. And I think that it's important that the autonomous countries are able to participate fully in the Nordic cooperation if you want to be the world's most integrated region. And I hope that you will support the Faroe Islands and Greenland in seeking full membership in the Nordic Council. This will be important both for us today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And there is no one who has asked for a rejoinder, as I can see. Is that correct? In that case, we thank you, the Minister. And now we welcome the Norway's Minister, Anne Beate Christensen Tønnereim. You have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Och det är alltså samma regler här.
And the same rules apply. You may ask for a rejoinder for 1 minute during the speech. You have the floor.
President.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear parliamentarians. At our session in Oslo last year, I said that if we want to succeed with our common Vision 2030, we have to find a balanced approach between our 3 priorities: a green Nordic region, a competitive Nordic, and a socially sustainable Nordic region. And if you look at the cooperation program from 2025 to 2030, I think we've found this good balance. At the same time, there will be some topics that are particularly important for our work. The first of them is to reduce the border obstacles. I'm so happy for the very lively debate we have about this during this day. I think it's very good for this discussion. The cooperation ministers have a role here, the ministers for the ocean also, and also the Nordic Council. We have to be able to cooperate amongst us. We need employment. We need people living throughout our region. We are particularly well placed in order to find common solutions. We have good natural resources, a good welfare state, a good degree of trust and digitization, but reducing these border obstacles is very important for us. I would also say that an integrated Nordic region is all about securing us, making us more safe, both in times of peace, but also when we have crisis. Based on the experience from the pandemic and today's security situation, resilience and preparedness will be important for different Council of Ministers. And in this way, we will be able to contribute to a more holistic approach on this topic, which is very important for all of us. I would like to thank Finland for prioritizing preparedness and resilience in their coming presidency program. And I do look forward to a very tight and good cooperation with the Nordic Council.
Thank you very much. And I think it's Lorna Delgado Varas from the Nordic Green Left. Welcome to the rostrum. You have 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Chair and Minister. Had I asked this question to ask for an action, I would have put the question to Sweden, who is the worst in class. I'm talking about the index of equality. Sweden has lost 14 points in the past 4 years and is therefore not in the VIP section of this index. But those who actually are number 1 on this list is Norway. So with as I did with the foreign policy and environment, and we saw this question, I want to ask the Norwegian minister to give a few hints as to how the other countries could become number 1 on the equality index in the world, so we can all get a little more secure life here in the Nordics. Thank you.
Varsågod.
Madam Chair, the equality index, you mean the equality between genders or social inequalities? The way it's been devised, there is a social equality. You look into taxes and so forth. Thank you for your question. I'm glad you gave me this question, but I'm very surprised because unfortunately we see that the social discrepancies in Norway are increasing. We're not proud of it in the government, and we work very hard in order to reduce the inequality. I think that is the case in all the Nordic countries with higher living costs and inflation. We see that we need more forceful political measures through the tax system, but also through social welfare regimes in order to avoid an increase in the inequality. For us, Sweden has been an example for a long time, and we had a lot to learn. Tax as a mechanism for reducing differences is something that we work very hard on in the international sphere. We have tax cooperation within OECD and UN, and I think together, we as the Nordic countries, we can contribute to this because we have very strong welfare societies based on this distribution.
Thank you. We won't have any time for any more rejoinders. Now we will move over to Åland's Minister Annika Hamburg. You have the floor. You also have 3 minutes. And even here, you can also ask for rejoinders. And those of you who didn't have an opportunity earlier, perhaps can have an opportunity now. And you have to put your card up. But you have the floor now, madam. Thank you, Chair, dear Nordic friends. We work together. That we have a Nordic vision, and our 3 strategies will be realized in an effective way. For us in Åland, it is the Nordic cooperation is very concrete. Focus, as there should always be, on Nordic benefits and our work for citizens, for companies, and for the environment, and for our climate. The Swedish presidency obstacle issues border issues have been talked about, and we have welcomed that in Åland. And the new program from the ministers has ambitions in mobility and for border obstacles. And it's important for Åland that all types of obstacles are gotten rid of. Mobility is important, and administrative and tax obstacles should be worked on to find solutions or to be mitigated. It's important that these issues are still continue to be prioritized, and this is something that touches and affects our citizens and companies concretely and has meaning. That is why I'm glad that even in Finland and Åland's common presidency program, that this has also been lifted, this issue, and they have said that it should be easy to live, study, and work, and have companies across borders in the Nordics. And we mustn't take trust for granted in times of quick changes and instability. We have to, in the Nordics, we have to make sure that we include each other if we're going to realize our common vision. The collaboration and trust between us is not just a tradition, it is our future and our strength. We live in a time where inclusion is even more important than ever before. And the question of the revision of the Helsinki Agreement is on the table during this session. And I hope that we can all let pragmatism and inclusion be our leading star in this work. We are 8 Nordic countries with 8 Nordic governments and parliaments. We have to show the world that we 8 can cooperate. And trust and cooperation are also central in the work with the civil crisis preparedness. The Haga cooperation is not part of the Nordic ministers' regime, but is also part of the work which is important. And the group has to be able to handle serious crises and accidents, but also be resilient in order to prevent serious crises and accidents. For Åland, it is important that we can also be part of the Nordic Haga cooperative. And Finland is also politically there, and Finland's Prime Minister Orpo could talk about that yesterday. Now I see it's more of a technicality to get it formalized. Together, are we stronger? And together we can make a difference for our citizens. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we have rejoinder requests, and we will have Johan Hultberg from the Conservative Group. 1 minute.
Thank President. Nothing is more important to us to discuss here in the Nordic region than the freedom of movement. And I'm very happy to see that you have lifted this up into the agenda. But I'm worried at the same time because I see tendencies that points to the fact that this is something that you do not prioritize. We heard the Nordic Council have lost their representative in the Freedom of Movement Council, that the databases no longer is publicly accessible, that the border committees are less financed, which is really the driving force in the work here, because they point to different obstacles and what to do with them. So now that we are halfway to Vision 2030 in time, but we're further away when it comes to the practice, I want to ask the minister from Åland, which is really interested in this work, what is the minister going to do in order to deliver on the work harder and faster?
Thank you for the question. It is a very relevant question, and I think that now during this past presidency, when Sweden was the chair, I think also the Freedom of Movement Council has also that their work has been evaluated. And I think the proposal has been updated 2.0, and I think it's more like a 3.0 now. It's much clearer with expert groups who work on this, and I think it's very much clearer between the cooperation ministers' clear role and to push forward in these areas and to prioritize these questions, and I think it's extremely essential. And when it comes to database, of course, as my colleague answered, that this is a way to try to make it more efficient, and this is going to prove it in the future how this database can be used internally, and we'll have to take this on board. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then no more rejoinders in this round of. And now to Iceland's Minister of Cooperation, Viljan Thorsson. Thorsson, you also have 3 minutes, sir.
Já, takk virðulegi forseti og kæru.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Nordic colleagues, it's an honor for me to take the floor as the last cooperation minister under this discussion. I have just been minister for 2 weeks now, but it is very important, satisfactory to join you here, because the Nordic cooperation and the priorities and the topics that we've been discussing here today are all extremely important for Iceland. And we have put this high on the agenda in the Icelandic government. And Iceland wants to take part actively in this cooperation. I also want to state that I'm very happy with a good and constructive cooperation with the Nordic Council. That has been the case when we put together the cooperation programs during their publication, and they will go into force in 2025, but we've been working on these programs for a couple of years now. Iceland, as the was president when this work started in 2020. We've been actively collaborating with the Nordic Council and with other ONGs and stakeholders. Iceland is very happy for all the contribution we've received, and we sincerely believe that the preparation of the work and this the fact that it's well anchored will lead to a good result. This will be, you will see from the cooperation program that we have many big and important projects that are important for our societies. And our countries have integrated domains and areas. Of course, when we stand together, we're stronger. And I would like to mention one of the priorities in these programs, and that is children and young people. Their voice is important, and that was something we focused on during our presidency. Equality and other equality between genders and the gender gap with pay is something we want to remove. Also, this discrimination of trans persons in the labor market, because they are a very vulnerable group. We've also been talking about inclusion, and we also support the work to remove border barriers, because I think we will obtain better results in the digital domain. And also the resistance against antibiotics is a priority. I have been taking part in the work with the specialized ministers on this issue. We are cooperating with the Environment Ministry, and we have devised a strategy for the Icelandic government in this area. The dialogue is very important for us. And finally, I'd like to say thank you for all the work that has been done. I just want to conclude by saying together we're stronger.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to allow one rejoinder, and that goes to Johan Dahl from the Centre Group. 1 minute.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you. Of course, my comments is, of course, about the border obstacles and the problems that we see around that. And I think that Nordic collaboration has necessary for much more work on it than has been prioritized. It should be prioritized much higher on the agenda. And if we're going to achieve what we have wanted to by 2030, then it's relevant that we can also minimize the border obstacles. And also, thinking about I would like to hear whether the ministers can help us together to reach these goals and prioritize, in particular, these issues, and how to ensure that these can be. How can we come further to make so that we can all say that now we're doing the work we have to do to get rid of these border obstacles? Thank you.
And thank you. And thank you for your question. And I think that most of us understand that this is very important, this work, and we are supporting Iceland in this matter when they say that this is a continuous project. And perhaps when we look at the fact that we should travel, work, and study throughout our region, there are things that is not in place, because it should be very easy to work wherever you're going. And digital registering is important. The database should be transparent. And I also would like to mention that we are prioritizing different rights to education. And I saw it as health minister that we are also considering the basis study to become doctors. This is something that Iceland, Sweden, and Norway has done. And this is important, of course, when you move between the countries without encountering any border obstacles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we've completed this round of replies. And now we're going to go to the speakers list. And now it is no longer constructive to ask the question to the ministers, but we're going to come back to the questions session. But now it's time for the representatives of the Presidium to say something about the Cooperation Ministers' report, and it is Bryndís Haraldsdóttir. You have 2 minutes. Thank you, President. I'm going to speak Icelandic. I would like to say thank you to the Cooperation Ministers for their report and presentation. I think it should be clear to everyone that that the questions that have been put by the parliamentarians, that we think that it's an important topic. It's important that the answer to our questions and work in accordance with the decisions we take here. I want to, in particular, thank the Swedish presidency. I'm sure that also the minister will also the collaboration has been carried out very well, and also as well as the Swedish presidency in the Nordic Council. I have talked about the agenda, and we in the Nordic Council, and we have also 8 cooperation ministers and also 8 cooperation ministers and foreign ministers. And I think it's not so important that the Greenland Nakalasuk, that the government, I tried to pronounce it, I'm not sure if I said it properly, that has decided to not to participate. But I also want to thank our colleagues, Doris and Marianne, that they participated with us. I think it's important that we have a Greenlandic voice here in the room. And I mention this now because I'm counting on the fact that tomorrow we'll take a decision on a revision of the Helsinki Agreement, and then we're going to send them to the various governments to work with these proposals that we've worked on a lot during the past year. And I wish you luck. Thank you again for good dialogue and cooperation here today.
Thank you, Bryndis. Next speaker is from the Social Democratic Group, Per-Arne Håkansson. You have 2 minutes from that rostrum.
Ja, fru ordförande. Tack.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for the floor. The free movement and trust to our societies that they function properly is a core to Nordic cooperation, and I think that we should bear that in mind in our work. And also it has also bearing when it comes to our work in also security and preparedness that we've also talked about. In this session, I always want to welcome what the cooperation ministers have reported on today. It was putting the Nordic cooperation into the global context, and also it's important that we have that in our local and regional work as well when it comes to various issues that we deal with. For my own part, I think that I've been active in certain border obstacle groups in the Nordic Council, Development and Growth Committee, and been in contact with these questions here that they deal with. And also from my own perspective and in my home in Skåne, I can particularly have followed the questions which pertain to Sweden and Denmark. But I want to underscore that Nordic cooperation and the across the borders also cooperation should be as important regardless of whether you are in a border region or in other parts of the Nordics. Questions of also taxation agreements and pension issues and digital issues. We've talked about those, and also transports and minister council. It's an important issue, and which we'll continue to work because infrastructure has an extremely important meaning also when it comes to preparedness and defense. And then a question about the Öresund region, and I think that we need to work more on the labour market and integration, and there are about 10,000 people in Skåne that are third country citizens that don't have an opportunity to get jobs in Denmark, and that worsens integration. And these kinds of issues perhaps we need to focus more on. Thank you very much for the floor.
Tack för det, Per-Arne från den
Thank you, Per-Arne, from the Social Democratic Group. Joni Ovaska from the Center Group. Now, you also have 2 minutes.
Finish.
Tack, President.
Thank you, President. Well, I very often speak to the walls, but they say that walls have ears as well. So, Chair, I'm also the president of the Transport and Communications Committee in Finland. I think we need also a council minister for this area. It is also a way to put away all these border obstacles. Security is also transport policy. We need a better connection east-west when it comes to transportation. It's all about security. It's about preparedness, economy, and competitiveness. And in the Nordic Council, we have a lot of political competence and a vision to see where we could develop the Nordic region, even within the transport sector, would be important. And I hope that the parliamentarian also will contribute to improving the transport system, and that we can show the transport ministers how they should go about to create a Nordic system in this area. Again, and again, we need a Council of Ministers for Transport.
Thank you, Joni Ovaska from the Centre Group. And now we welcome also Helge Orten from the Conservative Group. You also have 2 minutes. Thank you. And more transport. If we're going to be the more sustainable, integrated region by 2030, of course, transport is important, not least to come from one point to another, but also to reduce emissions. Transport sector is a great part of the emissions, and also, and if we're going to do this, we're going to have to coordinate our projects, and we have to try to come from A to B to an efficient way. And there are many tasks that haven't been resolved in the transport sector in the Nordics, and that work has to be lifted to the fore and have to be prioritized more strongly, and which is also clear in the security policy, preparedness policy, and also the east-west corridor, which is an important part of all this conversation. And of course, it's up to the Council of Ministers to ensure its own work, but also I also have different roles for digitalization, also sustainability and fisheries and agriculture, culture, equality, environment, and also education and finance and cooperation. There are many parts here, and I think that transport should be prioritized. And so these are challenges for us with all these topics for the Nordic Council. It's important to lift this priority, to prioritize it, to increase coordination, and I think that I hope that I was going to say it to the court. I hope that the cooperation ministers can take this on board, because we do need more work on this. You've done a good job, but we can do even more. We need to do more to be the most sustainable integrated region by 2030.
Thank you very much, Helge Orten from the Conservative Group. And now, I cannot see anyone else on my speaking list, and I will ask you if you're ready to close this discussion. The answer is yes.
Då ska vi gå över på nästa punkt som är frågestund.
The next item is the question time. So we have speaking rules. You can choose your question, and you can choose to which minister you want to ask the question. And the one who asks the question has 1 minute. And please respect the time so that as many as possible can give a possibility to ask their questions. You go to that restroom in order to ask your question. And I will then invite the minister to come up here and give an answer, and the minister will have 2 minutes for his or her answer. So let's start now with the questions that we have from the party groups first. And first, the Social Democratic Group, and that is Truls Vasvik. You have 1 minute, and you go to that restroom.
Tack för det, President.
Thank you, President. Even if we're not paper-free, We do live our lives digitally, also those who cross the national borders. So globalization is highly prioritized from the Freedom of Movement Council and our committee, and also for the citizens that has to cross the borders. I do understand that there have been some challenges by implementing this, because Iceland and Finland haven't had the technical infrastructure that is necessary. There should have been startup last year, fourth quarter 2023. My question goes to the Icelandic Cooperation Minister. What is the status for implementation of this in Iceland specifically and in the Nordic region generally? And says also that the Council of Ministers should continuously prioritize between the different challenges and do this in 2025. I will now ask the Minister for Cooperation from Iceland to come to the rostrum.
Willem Thorsson, du är välkommen.
Willem Thorsson, you can come to the rostrum. In the future, those of you who come up, start by saying which minister you want to ask your question for, so they can prepare. And you have the floor, and you may answer. Can I answer? The question is about what about the status of implementing digital IDs, and I think that I'm not quite, don't know so much about it in detail, but I think that work is ongoing for digital development in all areas. And what I have read and the documents I've seen here and built on the discussions that we've had, then we, as you do, make great importance on the fact that we can carry out as quickly as possible everything that has to do with digital development. I'm convinced that it's a key to being able to work against border obstacles. Next question to the center groups. Who is Emma Berginger? 1 minute. And you can start by saying which minister you want to ask the question to.
Thank you. I want to ask my question to the Swedish Cooperation Minister, Jessica Rosenkrantz. In order to succeed with the target that the Nordic region should become the most sustainable and integrated region, we need to be better connected with infrastructure and transport in order to facilitate sustainable traveling. And it is not only a question of making the daily life more comfortable, but it is also everything about security and preparedness. And I will continue the stream of questions which have been asked here for the need of a Transport Minister Council of Ministers. What is the obstacle here? What are the real reasons that we do not have this Council of Ministers for Transport? Can you explain that?
So welcome to the rostrum to the Swedish Cooperation Minister, Jessica Rosenkrantz. Thank you for the question, and there are no hidden answers. I was going to say rather it's been a long discussion. We've had also the opportunity to exchange opinions during these days, but my perception is that in many ways there is a well-functioning cooperation about transport. The Swedish government colleagues feel that the cooperation with the other Nordic cooperation ministers functions well, and that one can like to develop that cooperation within the channels that already exist. And as I've said in previous discussions about this, I think that it's important to involve also the other ministers and how to see how to have the best and most fruitful cooperation in this area. Because let me be very clear in saying that that transports over borders and transport in that is absolutely one of our most important keys to be able to have an integrated region. But I'm very focused on the issues. How can we have the best and most effective results and benefits from this? And the ministers who work on these say that we have good cooperation and would like to develop that within the forms that exist. So that is my answer. But I think that we're probably going to come back to this question. I'm most likely. Thank you. And then it's Helge Orten, who is from the Conservative Group. 1 minute, and please start by saying which minister you would like to put your question to. And then that minister can be ready.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to the Danish Cooperation Minister. Before this session, a letter was sent from the Prime Minister in Denmark to the other Nordic Prime Ministers, where it is referred to they are saying that they're positive in order to revise the Helsinki Treaty in order to make the Faroe Islands and Greenland fully fledged member. But there is also a reserve at the end of this, if it's necessary or if this is possible within the constitutional status that we have for these two countries. What does this reserve mean, actually? Could you explain that, please?
And thank you, Denmark's Cooperation Minister. 2 minutes. Thank you. And thank you for putting focus on the area, which is very highly prioritized for Denmark. And I mean that the Nordic cooperation is part of we are 8 countries, and we want to express that because I mean that when the Helsingfors Agreement is going to be raised, I mean, from there also we're going to talk about 8 equally important members. And also when you look at the ministers' also letter that was we heard that of course we have also a type of consultation future. Now we have to have a model that is in accordance with the constitution and not an expert, but I mean I think there could be reason to analyze and have legal analyses. How much can we go in within the frameworks of the Constitution? And it's also a very clear political signal that we want to say that we're talking about equal cooperation between 8 countries. And we have to have analyze that and look how far we can go within those legal boundaries that we have, which are part of that Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question goes to Kathy Lee, Nordic Green left. You have 1 minute, and please state which minister you want to ask your question to. Thank you. Chair, I want to ask a question to the Swedish Cooperation Minister. In Norway today, we are concluding the work on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in the Parliament for indigenous peoples. And one of the points here is the right of the Sami people to their own language. They are all in danger of being eradicated, and we have a different need for measures here that might be expensive. But what is important is the norming instance, Gormagella. If we do not have a body that will normalize the language, it's difficult to work on this. So what my question is how will Swedish contribute to the fact that Swedish Sami children can have access to their own country and that they can have education in their own country?
And thank you, and welcome to the Swedish Cooperation Minister. You have 2 minutes. Thank you very much for the question and for a very important question about our indigenous people, which I think is a discussion that comes up in many societal discourses. We have the green transition, for example. We have to see how various target conflicts are to be resolved. We talk about that a lot in Sweden, not least in northern Sweden, where we talk about mining and we talk about ensuring the Sami people's opportunity to continue with their reindeer husbandry, for example. And of course, there are common. It's about our common cultural heritage, and not the least Sami cultural heritage. And the language is very important to care for and develop. I know there have been discussions which have been also related to the budget about how the work is going to be continue with that, and there have been also some kinds of temporary funds, for example, for certain groups, including the Sami 2024. And all the time from the Swedish side, it's been clear that these have been temporary projects, and now these funds will go to return to the ordinary level and their projects that we've had, for example, with the Finnish language. So I think that there are temporary projects, but in this question, which has been temporary projects. But also the Sami Parliament has an opportunity and have more funds also for the Sami language and projects about that. And so there have been temporary projects to point out that these are important issues, but work will continue in other forms, even if not these particular projects will be continued budget-wise because they were just temporary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question is the representative from the Youth Council. 1 minute, and don't forget to state which minister the question goes to. Well, yeah, thank you very much, President. I want to ask a question to the Cooperation Minister from Åland. Finland, the presidency program from Finland and Åland is stating that children and young people are important. As representative of the Nordic Youth Council, I'm of course very happy that you are stating this. But we've had our session where we discuss questions related to democracy. You can read that in the final document that we handed out to all the parliamentarians. And one thing that has been said is that we need a common concept for inclusion of young people in political process. Young people want to be included more into the democratic discussion. And what can you do in order to strengthen the young people's voice in this discussion on democracy? You have 2 minutes to answer this question. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for a very topical question, very important question. I'm happy that we have in our program for Finland and Åland that we have insisted on the priority of young persons and children in the Nordic, because in addition to being cooperation minister, I'm also minister for children's rights in Åland. So I'm very into this question. Today, when we had a meeting with the ministers of culture, this was a question that we discussed. We're talking about reading, understanding. It's important that children and young people and adults, this is important for them to be able to take part in the democratic process. Then the language is important. And it's important also to not consider children and young people as a heterogeneous group. We have different groups and people with different intellectual possibilities. So inclusion is extremely important here, and I do hope, and I can tell you that this is something we will work on during the next mandate period. And we also have an idea on how we should take on these discussions. But thank you for having asked this question here. Thank you very much. Next question goes to Lars-Merik Larsen, Social Democratic Group. And please state which minister you want to ask the question to. And after that, we have Marco Kilti from the Conservative Group.
My question is for Jessica. I've been involved in this since 2018. A unified Nordic Council supports this. It's about political will. Many in the Nordic region could need to avail themselves of prescription medicines when they're traveling. But many have been turned away when they've gone to a pharmacy in another Nordic country. I've been affected myself. And in 2022, at the political discussion, the responsible minister stated that by 2025, this was expected to be achieved with electronic prescriptions across borders. We were also hoping for a solution through the EU, but when the Welfare Committee recently visited the EU, we were told that it's really the EU waiting for us. We were expected in the Nordic region to take the first step, so while they're waiting for us, we're waiting around for them. And it's interesting to have a situation like this where nobody seems to be in any rush whatsoever to resolve this matter. So does the Minister share this picture? Could you give us more concrete examples of what type of obstacles remain, practical, legal, etc., to access your medicines within the Nordic region?
Sveriges samarbetsminister.
So, Swedish Minister, Jessica Rosenkrantz.
Tack för det. Jessica.
Thank you. Jessica the second, as I often say after my predecessor, Jessica Rosvall, but I answer to both Jessica. Thank you very much for this question. I'm going to be very humble. 7 weeks into my position, I don't have every answer. These were quite specific, and I don't have the answers to all those questions, but I will take them with me, and I will look into it in more detail to see where the obstacles lie. But what I can say at a more general level, where this is certainly a part, is that anything to do with digital border obstacles, this is one example, even though it's very specific, I think it's very important, nevertheless, that we work even more actively to resolve them. And we've discussed this within the framework of the new program for freedom of movement with the cooperation ministers. These are particularly relevant. We need to tear down current barriers, but we are also in danger of raising new obstacles. That's what you do if you develop new digital solutions, for example, where you end up in a national model. E-identification, artificial intelligence, I would expect to be a big issue if we construct national systems rather than have coordination across borders. I'd like to tear down obstacles also in the area of digitalization, and the freedom of movement should apply both online just as it does offline. And I will look more closely into this specific issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now ask Marco Kilpi from the Conservative Group. And after that, we will hear Katrine Kleveland from the Center Group. 1 minute. Thank you very much. I will speak in Finnish, and I will ask a question to the Icelandic Cooperation Minister. Minister, we need to cooperate more within the area of culture. The fact that we have incitements that we do not have this incitament in all countries except from Denmark. So we see that this when we have cultural productions, we only have this incentive scheme, although only in these countries where this exists. I'm thinking about TV programs in 2 different countries. I think we could really make big productions here in the Nordic region. So I want to ask the Icelandic minister a question. You've been able to realize big cinema productions, television productions in your country. How can we do this in the other Nordic countries? Thank you. I now give the floor to the Icelandic Cooperation Minister.
Ja, tack.
Thank you. Thank you for a good question, indeed. To me, it's not just a question. It's also a reminder to some extent of the requirement to work more and do more work jointly in this area. Every time that the Nordic Council meets, we also spoke last night and had a chance to discuss and listen to and watch the award ceremony for the prizes. And that's good cooperation via culture It reflects well the context and our vision for the future in these areas. What we've done here in Iceland in terms of films, cinema and incentives, this is a support, an incentive system with repayment so that we put our trust into also foreign movie productions. We do have a very solid movie production tradition in the Nordic region, and I think we'll have to look at some type of common system, a joint system for support. So I'm going to take this as a very positive reminder indeed, and a good question. Thank you.
För fråga och svar. Vi går vidare.
Let's move on. We are now moving on to Katrine Klevland from the Center Group, and afterwards Eva Lind from the Social Democratic Group will be putting a question. President, my question goes to the Cooperation Minister for Åland, Annika Handlund. The Cooperation Minister used the word trust when she was speaking to this assembly, and when we were attending the summer meeting for art and culture in Åland and the last topical session in Åland, we heard about their project, Everyone Can Flourish. And that is my question. What is the status for your project? You've been working on this for quite a while. It covers a lot of things: community, society, industry, education, and sustainability. With our objective in Nordic Council, you are working on the same things that we want to achieve, which is why I want to hear what status you have on this work and if other countries also have imported this initiative. Yes, I now give the floor to the Åland Minister. 2 minutes.
Tack, President.
Thank you, President, and thank you for this question. Yes, the parliamentarians were invited to the Åland Islands in the autumn with the topic of letting everyone flourish. This is part of our sustainability agenda, which of course is based on the UN sustainability goals on how we can work to improve the situation on all of these SDGs set up by and adopted by the UN. In the autumn, we're going to carry out an evaluation of how far we have progressed in the achievement of these goals. We've also worked on a first feedback to the UN system on the work we've carried out. We've done this, but in awareness of how difficult it is, in fact, to achieve these goals. We all have challenges. We want to share our experience where we've made progress, but we've also identified obstacles. And we have good cooperation with Iceland, where we have a similar concept in place. And we have a cooperation ongoing which consists of an exchange of experience. They have seen more or less the same and identified the same ideas that we're working on in our program. This project is somewhat unusual that we're using, that everyone should be possible to grow and develop, but it's about feeling contented and happy with your life, making the most of your everyday life. Businesses can develop their business activities in a sustainable way. It's about equity, equality, clean nature. So everyone is welcome, should they so wish, to go into the Government of Åland website to read more about our development and our development agenda for sustainability. And you can find more information. This is, in fact, also an index that it is possible to measure today. And we do this. We have this from Harvard. Thank you.
Tack så mycket för...
Thank you very much for that question and answer. The next question goes to Eva Lind from the Social Democratic Group, and then I'm going to give the Youth Council representative the floor. Eva.
Jag vill ställa min fråga till ordförandeskapet.
Thank you. I would like to ask this question to the Swedish Cooperation Minister, the presidency. My question is something that has to do with cooperation. 2 years ago, we were invited to take part in CSV, the Climate Commission. The start was very good, the beginning was good, but now we have received no to attending the Women's Commission, but we look forward to a good cooperation between the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers. We need to do that because there is a challenge with the equality question and issue. We need to cooperate, and that's all we want to do, collaborate. And we can do work that the ministers are not able to do, but plainly this is a question of cooperation. So my question goes to Jessica Rosenkrantz. Why is that so? Why cannot we cooperate on such an important topic? So how will our collaboration look in the future if we can't do this? Thank you. I now give the floor to the Swedish Cooperation Minister.
Stort tack för en väldigt viktig fråga.
Thank you very much for a very important question. As I see it, we need to work on every front to strengthen the work on equal opportunities and gender equality in different ways. As I mentioned, I'm quite new in this position, so I have to admit that I do not have all the dimensions available in my reply. But it is very important that the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Nordic Council can work together also in this area to strengthen gender equality in the Nordic region and the world. It is not my impression that the Council of Ministers has rejected cooperation. I very much emphasize the vision that the Nordic region should be the most integrated, sustainable region, and thereby we've also set very high ambitions for the cross-sectorial perspectives on development, LGBTQ, children, youth, etc., etc. This is a core value, a very important issue for Sweden during our presidency year. And we've chosen to focus on main themes such as economic equity, honor-related violence and oppression, and in a world where the rights of women and children are questioned more and more, Sweden and the Nordic region should be a clear proponent for gender equality, and it's very urgent that we continue in all of the Nordic region to defend the rights of women and children. I'd like to continue cooperating on these issues, so I'm not quite familiar with the way this was portrayed in the question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question and answer. We now have the representative from the Youth Council, 1 minute, and please state which minister you are asking the question to. Thank you. My question goes to the minister from Åland. And of course, we know that we should be the most green and integrated region in the world in 2030. It's important then to include education and research in the activity program, in the action program. It should be stated that it should be easy for students to move over the national borders in order to study and work, also from Finland to Åland. And since the students are not able to go to other countries in order to study, they start work. What can you do in order to facilitate the cross-border movement for students?
Thank you. Then I give the floor to the Cooperation Minister for the Åland Islands. 2 minutes. Thank you. My Finnish is not particularly good. So did your question on freedom of movement concern the possibility to study in other countries, yes? Thank you. Well, we've talked quite a lot about freedom of movement today, and it should be easy to move and study in our different countries. It is possible today to study in other Nordic countries. There is one question which we would like to mention from the Åland perspective is taxation of the students. Åland, for example, is a border region, and many Åland students move, for example, to Sweden to pursue their studies. You are then written out of the taxation system for tax purposes. You are considered as having left the country in Finland, but then they come back during the summer, and it becomes difficult to resolve the taxation issues and the tax which is payable to other countries. So they are almost subject to double taxation to some extent as students. So this is a highly topical issue. Not entirely sure if that was a sufficient reply to your question, but I hope that you are more or less satisfied. Otherwise, you can just come over and talk to me later, and we can continue the discussion. Thank you very much for these questions and answers. Now, Katarina Dermark from the Centre Group. And let me also tell you that we have 6 minutes left at our disposal. And we have 3 further requests for the floor for questions. So I propose that we let everyone else following Katarina put their questions one after the other, and then the ministers will reply. So after Katarina, we have Kim Ås. Katarina first. 1 minute. And remember, to which minister you would like to put your question.
No, I also need to say thank you for giving me the floor. I thought I wanted to address the Danish cooperation minister. But it is a question about the agreement on the population registers. And the Freedom of Movement Council think that one should increase the cooperation on population registers between the Nordic countries. And will the new program for freedom of movement in Nordic, that the communication between this council and the cooperation ministers will be more efficient, so that it doesn't take 2 years from we ask a question until we get an answer from the Council of Ministers? Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. Next one out is Kim Ås from the Social Democrats.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on what we heard from our Youth Council representative on training and education. This is something we discuss a lot in Denmark currently. And the Åland minister mentioned that it's perfectly possible to study in the other Nordic countries, and that is correct. But what's a bit of a challenge, which I'd like to hear more about from the side of the ministers, is the professional vocational training and education, how you can do traineeships in another Nordic country, for example, because that's something that we would like to see more of from Denmark. How can we develop this situation if you want to be a carpenter or a bricklayer or what have you? I'd be very grateful for an answer. Thank you very much. Kjell Arne Ottosson and then Kim Berg. But first, Kjell Arne Ottosson, you have the floor.
Tack för det, fru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Freedom of Movement Council has followed the work in the Nordic Council on work across Nordic country proposal to promote the mobility through tax regimes. It's very clear that the Nordic tax agreement must be simplified if we want to meet the free movement of the labor force in the Nordic region. And we have sent a recommendation to the finance minister based on this report, a recommendation where we very clearly state that we cannot have 3 different tax agreements like we have today. We have to have one tax agreement. We have a bilateral solution between Sweden and Denmark, but Anne Beate Tvinnereim, which this question goes to, we who live between Sweden and Norway, there are more people commuting there than between Sweden and Denmark. We have an agreement which is not favorable for the individuals or for the business there. So how are you working in the council in order to include the finance minister in order to change or modify this agreement? Kim Berg, 1 minute.
Jag vill rikta min fråga till Sven.
President, I have a question to the Swedish and preferably also the Åland Minister for Cooperation, if possible. We need to make note of the increased use of so-called white snus, or nicotine pouches as we call them in Finland. For a long time, these nicotine pouches have been in a gray area in terms of legislation, and this is why it is good that several countries are reviewing legislation. And in this area, we have proposals such as introducing a maximum level for nicotine content and the flavors which are permitted so that it doesn't attract children and youth. But at the same time, I think it should be possible for countries to agree on common rules to minimize the risk of smuggling and making the situation clearer to everyone. Do you have the impression that there would be a Nordic benefit in an agreement between our countries on similar rules on these nicotine pouches? Thank you. Thank you very much. Kim Aas and Kjell-Arne Ottosson did not address their questions to any minister in particular. Or did I miss that? Okay, Norway. Thank you. We have one question for Denmark, one for Sweden, and one for Norway. Perhaps you could try and sum up in your replies. Denmark first. Go ahead, please.
Tak for det, og tak for spørgsmålet.
Thank you very much, and thank for your question about the population registers. I've been in contact with the Ministry of Interior and Health, which is responsible in Denmark for our central register, in order to take up this question with them. And this ministry has informed me that the proposal that comes from Freedom of Movement Council does not lead to an analysis of the costs of establishing, of operating such a register, a central register. So we can look at the agreement between Sweden and Finland that started in 2016, which has been ended recently. This is an indication that there's a very heavy technical and financial model behind this. That is why we have not decided to go further with this proposal. The second part of the question, the new structure, can it guarantee that this cooperation will be more efficient? My short answer is yes.
Thank you. Now we have the Norwegian minister.
President, representatives, thank you to Representative Ottesen for a very good and important question. During my 3 years as cooperation minister, I do sense a very notable political interest for this question of freedom of movement here for the national parliaments and councils. But the most difficult issues are those who are solved the last, and tax-based challenges are the most difficult ones. Now we have a new program for the next 5-year period, and we will focus on reduction of these border obstacles, and that also includes tax. We have looked into this, and this tax issue is one of the most important obstacles. It requires more resources and also more coordination across the different governments. I'm in close contact with the Norwegian finance minister in order to make sure that the work of this is followed up. And I think we have to be very positive to both bilateral, trilateral solutions, like the one we have for the Öresund agreement, even if this does not cover all of the Nordics, because it can later also become a Nordic. So Representative Ottesen are also mentioning this border commute agreement that we have and the challenges there. I'm very aware of that. I've been visiting a lot of border regions along the long border between Sweden and Norway, and this agreement is something that really pops up all the time. It is a problem for those who doesn't know. This is an exception to the Nordic tax agreement that we introduced in 1983, which only covers Norway, Sweden, and Finland. I can promise the representative that this question about the agreement for border commuters is on our agenda. There's been a dialogue for a long time between the Norwegian and Swedish finance minister, and this will be followed up in the time to come.
Thank you very much. And by way of conclusion, I'd like to welcome the Swedish Minister for Cooperation, who will also close this Q&A session.
Stort tack. Jag fick en fråga om...
Thank you very much. I was asked about snus, the moist snuff. And it is not, well, perhaps not wholly, I won't put it that way, but we were granted a derogation from the EU when we acceded to European Union membership, and we continue to safeguard it and work to maintain it. Development has continued. There are new products in the market. I think it's important to monitor the situation and be open for discussion. It's very important to have the discussion in the Nordic region on the aspects, several aspects on public health. It's good that people don't smoke, you could say, on the one hand, and choose another option. But on the other hand, we should also discuss the impact of the other alternative product. Sweden has quite a solid legislation on the so-called white snus or snuff. This is something that the European Commission is looking at. We follow these issues quite closely, even though there is no concrete proposal on the table yet. And generally speaking, I believe that it is in our favor to coordinate our positions within the EU, just as we've said before on other matters. This could apply to this matter as well. But when it comes to this particular issue, I see good preconditions for an agreement based on the agreement we have and the legislation we have in Sweden, which we are quite satisfied with. But let's continue the discussion, continue to coordinate our positions and have a discussion both on snus, on tobacco, and broad matters of public health, of course. Thank you.
And I'd like to, from the entire Council, thank our cooperation ministers for your reports and for your very engaged participation in this question. And thank to all the people who posed questions, who've been very efficient and very good at keeping to 1 minute. Personally, I think that this was much nicer to listen to and participate in when it is a little quicker and different issues that come up. So I appreciated this moment. And thank you to the Secretariat who has noted everyone who has wanted to ask questions. I'd like to also thank the interpreters. It isn't so easy to keep up. We spoke quicker and quicker towards the end and tried to manage it into this time and very different issues, so it's very professional to be able to manage that. So hereby I'd like to say that this question hour is concluded, and we have actually kept to the timetable, so thank you for that. And having said that, I would like to thank you for your trust and for being able to sit here, but I'm going to then be replaced by my eminent colleague, Maria Stockhaus, who's going to chair the meeting from now. Thank you very much. And I hope that we're going to keep to the times the whole way through. I think that you probably all want to be able to do other things during the evening as well. We're going to into point 12 and about the Nordic Council of Ministers' work with welfare in the Nordics. And here we're going to be able to hear the Nordic Council of Ministers reporting for work with equality. Gender equality 2024, and also cooperation with health and social issues. We have a written also report on this, and this is where the government representatives have 3 minutes to present this, and also the speakers for the Committee on Welfare in the Nordics have 2 minutes to also present their views. And we're going to start with a view on the gender equality. I'm going to give the floor to the Faroe Social and Cultural Minister, Sigrid Stenberg. You have the floor. But on behalf of the Cooperation Minister is going to report on the work during 2024 on gender equality. You have three minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the possibility to present the work of the Council of Ministers in the area of gender equality for the past year. It's particularly rewarding with the considering the valuable contributions that we've seen as a core value for all of the Nordic countries. The cooperation has contributed with valuable insight and further development of the cooperation program. The dedication of the Nordic Council is a decisive driver to deal with the challenges now and in the future in the Nordic regions, nationally and internationally. In 2024, we noted that Nordic governments have worked together on this in this area for 50 years. And when we look at the rest of the world, as well as into our own countries, we see, unfortunately, a growing resistance to equal rights and opportunities, including with LGBTQI plus individuals. The work for equal rights is more relevant than ever. And I'm very pleased to be able to tell you that in the Nordic Council of Ministers, when it comes to equal opportunities and LGBTQI plus, important steps have been taken in the past year. Unequal pay, it remains a challenge in all countries. Challenges remain. We need specific Nordic solutions. Between 7 and 9 this evening, there is information and discussion on a report which has been published. And I understand that it's of great interest to many, and it's fully subscribed with no places left. Harassment in the workplace. It's another area we have developed a common Nordic method to try and intervene with research in the different Nordic countries. We remain very involved in the work to combat gender-based violence, and in the UN meeting in New York recently, we focused on Nordic solutions to online harassment, as well as hate in the online context. And we used the Nordic program to promote the importance of equality and equal rights financially for women. We also look at the issue of mental ill health, and we see this amongst our young people. So we have also proposed possibilities to assist, for example, young men. If the green transition will succeed, we need to use all our available talents. So we gathered activists from the Nordic and Baltic countries to work for equal opportunities. It's very important for us in the Council of Ministers that it should be possible to be well throughout life, and so we've asked for recommendations on how we can meet the needs of elderly people in the LGBTQI community, as well as the situation for trans people in the labor market. We also want to make sure that all sectors in the Nordic Council of Ministers work actively to promote gender equality. It is important that we do even more to ensure that all sectors have the necessary capacity so that they can work effectively to achieve their goals. And the work continues until next year. And finally, I'd like to underline that we in the Nordic Ministers for Equal Opportunities concerned about the growing resistance to equal opportunities and equity that we perceive both globally and in our respective countries. And I can assure you that we remain greatly involved in this work, both abroad and at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for the report. And we have 3 rejoinders, and we will start with Lorena Delgado Varas from the Nordic Green Left. You have 1 minute for the rejoinder. Thank you for your important work. I want to mention a few things that you didn't have included that perhaps could be worked on in the future. There's quite a big difference between how young people can get jobs today. Insecurity in working life has become bigger, particularly in jobs where sexual harassment is rife, and it's important to talk about this in working place, but you also have to dare to talk about and feel that you will be able to still maintain your job even though you have spoken up after you have made a report, for example. This is something that we need to talk about. And I think the other things I wanted to mention is the relationship between women who have been foreign-born women that have a worse opportunity for care, because generally there is not enough research or care for women, female-related illnesses, but it is even higher for women who have born abroad. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, to answer. Well, thank you. Even if there are many things that are happening, of course, it's something that we can work better on. And when we are working with, we're looking at working life, it's been focused on perhaps certain groups of people. In this report, we've talked about trans people's, them on the labour market, for example, and generally there are general problems also in the labour market. It's been focused on what Denmark has done with, we look at these pay gaps between genders. It's also, we looked at that, and also there are some women who are in, I don't know if we can say in risk groups, but perhaps if they have foreign backgrounds or they're in a group which are in a higher risk group, and also if they're women who are disabled. So we have some good topics here where they can be improved upon if we can include, develop these groups. Perhaps it's a very big part of our populations, and we should, of course, have the same rights and opportunities that everyone else in the population. Thank you. And the next rejoinder to Hanna-Karin Fredriksson from the Centre Group, and then it's the Nordic Youth Council's representative. 1 minute.
Thank you. I'll be speaking Icelandic. Thank you for this report. I would like to discuss the LGBTQI rights. And when it comes to the rights, I think it's the Faroe Islands. But there are also considerations of the fact that when you think about teenagers, they, generally speaking, struggle more at school than other children or teenagers, with more suicide, or they drop out of school and education, and they're not able to fulfill their dreams and hopes for the future. So that does not represent equal opportunities. I'd like to know what you would propose to do to help them.
When it
comes to LGBTQ rights, it's something that we have talked about seriously with the ministers of equal opportunities about rights, of course, in this community. That these issues have been prioritized in the last years. We've also worked on looked at young people with LGBTQ people, and at how we can cooperate with preventing also on abuses. If you look at in the same way that you look at, for example, the elderly, and it's necessary to take these questions very seriously, because we can see that there are a lot of abuses, and it's a challenge for the Faroe Islands. It's important, of course, here I am as a representative for the Nordics, but I can also answer for the Faroe Islands. It also is a challenge for us, and we see also that we look at it very seriously. And it's important that we also do this in the Nordics, that we have close contact with civil society and with the communities that look after the interests of these people, and they have important experiences that we can take on board in our work. So it's important, I can say from the Faroe Islands side, that the areas that have to do with LGBTQ+, it's a large part of our work, and perhaps we haven't worked so much with this issue before, but it is, and also it is. This also is taken on board in Nordic cooperation, and we can take this on board. We can learn from it here. We can take it on board and take it home with us. So the learnings that we have from here, and then the Nordic Youth Council representative. You have the floor. 1 minute rejoinder.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja, arvon ministeri.
Thank you, Chair, esteemed ministers. Social workers, in particular in the area of children's protection, can be difficult to get in touch with. It's difficult to have the time and resources to work with individual children. The welfare workers in Finland struggle to complete all of their tasks. Is this a situation that other Nordic countries also share? What could you do to resolve these issues?
Yes, thank you. So we're coming into the next report, and it is a challenge actually for all the Nordic countries to have enough staff to many of these areas, and also within the social services, and particularly when you talk about the areas where there is a very sparsely populated areas, it makes it even worse. And all of our citizens don't have access to services, and that there can be great differences also with citizens when it comes to these social services. I don't have a particular recipe as to how we can work, how we can work on this, but it is important that we are in agreement with agreement. We can have exchange of staff and workers, so forth, and we can see try to rotate also people in this area. And I think that it's a question around working conditions and also a question about salaries. So it's important, therefore, that we can look at the difference between the clients, so to speak, because we know in most countries it's mostly women actually that are working in these services. So it's also working with equality there. It's also equality in these social fields, and also it's important to lift. It could be important to lift the salaries. It's a part of the solution, but I don't have any other solutions. But it is a problem which we have to have on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes these rounds of rejoinders. Thank you to the minister. We will continue with the spokespersons for the committees. We start with the speaker Eva Björde from the N Group, and Christine Probst, and then we'll progress with the other speakers. Thank you very much, Chair. The Welfare Committee would like to thank you for this statement for 2024 from the Council of Ministers at the request of the Council. This statement gives us every reason to look forward and focus on the practical implementation of a division from 2025 up to 2030. It's an important initiative within the 3 areas of priority: green, competitive, and socially sustainable. Nordics should have a cross-sectorial perspective, which is to be mainstreamed everywhere. The consequences of equal opportunities should be made clear through an impact assessment of individual measures. But we should also include concrete indicators to suggest how the mainstreaming can take place. We need concrete, focused, specially adapted measures for equality. An equal Nordic region needs to focus on diversity and differences, including the protection of minorities living on an equal footing. An equal, inclusive, socially sustainable Nordic region should be united and socially inclusive Nordic region for all and for everyone. And this statement, of course, states that all sectors are of the opinion that they need and would welcome more information, more data to improve their performance, and that's something we can well understand. The committee has also noted that the Commission on the Status of Women celebrates 30 years and is mentioned in the report. MRGM is taking part in shared focus, and we'd like to underline, just as our chair did, that if you would like to achieve a truly joint Nordic region, we need to include also gender equality issues. Thank you. And there I ran out of time.
Thank you. And then we're going to open up for other speakers. And there's Ann-Kristin Frohl from Nordic Freedom. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket, fru ordförande.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At home, I'm with the Labour Market Committee that deals with a lot of these questions. Sweden, that's had a very large migration for decades, and earlier governments have failed to demand more demands on individuals, have to adjust and adapt to our Western lives. It is a challenge for our trade unions to, not just in Sweden, but also in the entire Nordics. Is the Nordic Council of Ministers equipped that the Nordics should succeed in developing and not dismantling this kind of gender equality when an ancient culture, completely different, gains more land in our countries? This can be seen as a challenge as well, to be prepared and not to be seen as naive if it will be a lost battle. Thank you. Thank you. And now I have no other speakers on the speakers list, and then the debate has been completed. The Nordics Council takes the report on the Nordic Council of Ministers report on gender equality, and we put that in the minutes. And thank you for a good debate and good lively questions. Now, 12.2, and it is about the Council of Ministers' work on health and welfare, and I give once again the floor to the Minister Stenberg from the on behalf of the Nordic Ministers. You have the floor. Ministers has 3 minutes.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you for the floor, and thank you for the possibility to give you information on the cooperation in the areas of social and health issues of the Council of Ministers. First of all, I'd like to thank the Nordic Council for their great involvement and commitment in this area of policies, which has also been made clear in our dialogue on the upcoming cooperation program. The strategic priorities first on the cooperation. The main purpose of Nordic cooperation in the Nordic Council of Ministers and the area of social affairs and health is to create investments and solutions to contribute to develop the policies and the sustainability of the Nordic welfare society. With our vision for 2030, our priority is to build a socially sustainable Nordic region with good, equal, secure health and welfare for everyone. At the social area, the corona pandemic consequences for in particular children and the efforts amongst the elderly to prevent dementia are some of the areas of focus. as well as cooperation with the organization of the civil society and user involvement. These are all matters which have been integrated to a greater extent in the work of this sector. In terms of the cooperation, we've discussed the evaluation of the efforts over the past 10 years based on Bo Schönberg's proposal and how this work can be included in the new cooperation program. In addition, it has now been, we now have a joint evaluation of social cooperation, and we also have Arni Pal Arnason's proposal. A central component in the cooperation is cross-sectorial investment. Work in the area of antimicrobial resistance, health data, and a strengthened Nordic cooperation on preparedness in the area of health. In the disability area, we continue to work actively in the areas of digital accessibility. In 2024, the work under the Swedish presidency have promoted a healthy life in safety, preventive measures in care and healthcare, digital solutions, access to antimicrobial pharmaceutical drugs, good equal health, and further development of the preparedness in society, also in the area in care and healthcare. The use of the screen time of children and youth and how it affects their health and welfare is another area we've focused on. In addition, we've also strengthened the cooperation in the sectors of social affairs and health with our Baltic neighboring countries. This is only a brief summary of all the efforts and investments we've carried out. There's a written report which contains more information on activities and initiatives in these areas. By way of conclusion, I would like to add that in the area of social affairs and health, we very much value our cooperation and to have a share of knowledge and an exchange of experience based on these challenges that concern us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for the report. We have two rejoinders, Johan Hultberg from the Conservatives and then Isville Väyrynen, also from the Conservative group afterwards. You have a 1 minute rejoinder. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think nobody will be surprised that I've also looked at this report from a border obstacle perspective, and I have two questions about the Nordic Commission on Social Support and Social Services. This work has been carried on for about a decade, and from the border obstacle that it says that next year, by February, this has to be report. Will this time frame hold, and how will the working group then, these results be handled politically? And also, there's a charting of the implementation of the directive on viruses has been, and as I understood, the work has not been started as it does. There were no offers when this was commenced in 2022. Will the council have another round on this and another third? In the database for border obstacles, there is demands on languages on medical packages, or the instructions in there. And what about the EU directive instructions on this?
Thank you. These are very serious matters when it comes to freedom of movement and obstacles. But there are some areas where we've been able to put things together, but there are some that remain obstacles year in and year out. The Convention, for example, we see that there are challenges that remain, even though we have a working group that is still working on the issue, and it's expected in the spring of 2025 to provide a report. I don't know more in detail how far they've progressed so far, but what I can say is that what has been discussed is that if it's not possible to review the Constitution, we may revoke it, and that could, in fact, be a serious situation for some of the areas concerned. So the way I perceive this, it's a serious matter, and I'm very interested to see what happens in the spring. When it comes to the labeling of medicinal products, there could be different opinions you can be there could be concerns that the availability deteriorates. But on the other hand, it's important that you have information available on your in your mother tongue. So there are considerations to be made. But what I know that has been discussed is that there might be digital solutions coming, other than having to translate and include all these documents, information in a printed form in the packaging. Rather, you could make it available in a digital form for patients, and it's very important for patient safety, of course.
And the next is from the Levarunen, from the Conservative Group. You have the floor, 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak Finnish. Health services that go over borders, and that will probably involve digital information, and also with a view to prescriptions and things like that. But of course, with research, of course, it's involved. In Finland, at least, we've noticed very large problems when it comes to international cooperation, when it comes to research, medical research. This is only related to Nordic collaboration, but also European. But I've understood that in some degree, it has to do with legislation, especially the interpretation of this. And when it comes to Nordic cooperation, there's something can be done so that we can unify and the information, also protection legislation that comes from Europe to the Nordics. Thank you on this subject.
Ja, tack för det. Det sista som jag...
Thank you. The most recent information I have is that work is ongoing to achieve electronic prescriptions. It's used in some of our areas where there is a possibility to get an electronic prescription, but it's not all that easy, because the systems or the countries are not able to communicate digitally always. And so you need to be careful with GDPR and personal data, and there are different software solutions. So it's a complicated situation, but I don't have any precise answer, but I know that there's going to be a requirement to do more. And we've only managed to get it to work in at least 2 areas in the Nordics. So, but that is a first step, and perhaps we can find a solution to cover also electronic prescriptions. If we've found successful solutions in 2 areas, it should be possible to expand it to more areas. But it clearly is a time-consuming issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last rejoinder. And then we move on to the spokesperson for welfare in the Nordic cities, Eva Lind from the S Group. You have 2 minutes.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going on behalf of the committee mention a few things when it comes to the report on health and social welfare. I'd like to thank you for the report. These are important issues for our committee, so that we read it with great interest. In the committee, we have high expectations when it comes to the ambitions and visions in this field. We can note that that it is not often that you go from word to action, so that we'd like to actually mention that. And it's about also a little bit about the budget which we have in the sector every year. We are given less money for this, and it affects naturally expectations, but also the work itself. Apart from this, I have 4 things that we also want to be taken on board. Gender equality has to be an important, in all areas, important aspect. It has to be also not just words but actions, and that was the first one. And finally a positive antibiotic resistance now that has been taken seriously, and we as a committee have prioritized this year after year. And as long as I have been in the committee, it's been prioritized, and now we can see that it is also being prioritized broadly. And number three, also the border obstacles in this area. We've seen a lot of things have not been sorted out, and everything from ambulance and also other patient transport have not been looked at. And the fourth one is that we can also be in the forefront. Quite often, people said that this is referred to is handled in the EU, but the EU says that. But the Nordic they say that the Nordics should be in the forefront. So do that. Make reality out of these things that we need to do, and then the EU can come after us. Thank you very much.
Så mycket för det.
Thank you very much. And now we move on the speakers list. We're slightly over our time, so we're trying to ask you to keep your time 2 minutes. And it is Truls Vassvik from the S Group, and next then after that is the
Thank you. The Norwegian model is unique, but the world looks to all of the Nordic region in terms of the investments in public health care and education, and together we've built a strong country. Then in the Nordic region, we've made the vision a reality of help after need and requirement. It doesn't matter who you are, where you have been, or where you are going. As a principle, it's very simple. You are entitled to the right service, the same right services, not based on your needs, not the amount of money you have. And we'd like to maintain it that way. The Nordic welfare model needs to remove obstacles to freedom of movement. We also exchange experience and research. We use the technological development to improve the life of ordinary citizens. In a time of global uncertainty and increased inequality, the Nordic welfare model is exemplary. It's about equal opportunities or the right of workers and other areas, and efforts to give the elderly a dignified life and support our young at schools. The welfare state is our buffer against global crisis. It strengthens our resilience and makes it possible for us to face the uncertainty in the world with solidarity. And I hope we can all agree, President, that we need to strengthen the Nordic welfare model, not weaken it. Thank you very much. Kerstin Van Sunderd, you have the floor. 2 minutes.
Tusen tack, President.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank to the Minister for a good and thorough report. On behalf of the Middle Centre Group, I'm very glad for the clear focus on the preventative options and digital solutions, and also cooperation antibiotic resistance, and also access to health services is also very important and one way that the Nordics can develop. Our countries have very many challenges in this field. Not young people's that they are excluded, and psychological unhealth, and the lack of enough and qualified staff, and also a challenge that also is visible in the Nordics. So we want to harmonize also education and the acceptance of all sorts of health personnel. It has to be intensified. We live in a restless world, and the threat picture is brings us together, and we have to also be prepared in our own countries, and we also rely on each other to also solve health crises. That is where we are happy that the committee always works on this, and to prioritize also these issues. In this conjuncture, I would like to point out the importance of good infrastructure and also access to health help in the Nordics. In a war situation, the defense is also reliant on civil health services, and also we have to have a common Nordic plan for this. And also, I would like to the Centre Group also is very passionate about getting rid of border obstacles also in the health area. It's important to have also good and functional ambulance and patient transport across borders, and the obstacles have been there for many years, and these have to be resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see that the minister would like to comment on what was just mentioned, and that will be our final speaker under this item on the agenda. You have 2 minutes.
Tack för det och tack för gode.
Thank you, and thank you for these excellent remarks. What's important is to ensure that we focus on the overarching target, that we want a socially sustainable Nordic region with a good situation with safe, secure, equal opportunities for everyone. And in this work, we need to ensure that we include it in every area. It has to be mainstreamed. We cannot have one single minister who works with equal opportunities to be the sole minister responsible. It has to be mainstreamed into all areas and all sectors. And when we discuss preventing child poverty, it is not just something for the social welfare minister. It's for all parts of policy, and that goes for this area as well. We all have a task at hand to ensure equal access for all people to social welfare and health care. No matter where you grew up or who you are, you need to work together, and we need to include all of the aspects which include considerations of health. And when we work towards such a goal, we will otherwise, and we have to continue this work so that we don't end up in a situation with increased inequalities. And we need to bear this in mind in all the areas where we need we need a holistic approach to everything to do with social affairs and health. Thank you very much. That concludes this debate, and the Nordic Council of Ministers report is going to be included in the minutes. Moving on to item 13, welfare in the Nordic regions. We have 3 members' proposals. They all contain reservations. We will first do the debate on the various proposals, and then we'll conclude with a vote on all 3 in one go. Starting with 13, consideration of members' proposal on gender equality in climate policy. And I would like to ask the committee spokesperson to take the floor first. Kerstin Van Sanderud, who is the spokesperson for the committee. You have the floor. 2 minutes, please.
Tack för det, president.
Thank dear Nordic friends. It is wonderful to be here and listen to everyone who has talked to take good words about the Nordics and how valuable it is, our cooperation, and to underscore how also our cooperation inspire other countries in other regions. Nordic countries have come far with equality, and it is from this perspective, there's that perspective, most of the issues that we handle. This is also, perhaps it's not that clear in climate policy, and that is why many have supported this proposal. And the committee places a lot of value that the Nordics can use their information and everything when it comes to the questions of equality and climate issues. Research shows that also that women are underrepresented, and also that very many women have influence in the energy transition, and only 1 out of 3 people with green jobs are as a woman. But politically, it is actions. It is there. It's not equal, and it is important to that there's an inequality here. But women are underrepresented when decisions are taken about climate and the environment. Men and women have generally very different patterns here, and how they also, as consumers, and also. But climate politics should not emphasize the differences, gender gaps here and differences. And it's important then to implement more knowledge-based work on the equality in climate politics. And here we have to be better on this score. And we want to ensure that the Nordics will succeed in the green transition and be an example to other countries and regions.
Tack så mycket för den redogörelsen. Och då...
Thank you for that report. I'd like to ask Johan Hultberg from the Conservative Group to also, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Tack för president.
Thank you, President. We in the Conservative Group, we agree with the need to have gender mainstreaming in climate policy, while at the same time we oppose this member's proposal. Why? Well, because we question what the actual contribution of this proposal would be. There's broad agreement that gender mainstreaming is required in climate policy since 21. The UN has included this, and at every COP meeting, this remains an agenda item. Extensive work is ongoing at Nordic level in practical climate policy matters to include gender mainstreaming. The work is ongoing in every respective Nordic countries, but also within the framework of Nordic Cooperation. Nordic Council of Ministers resolved, amongst other things, in 2022 to request more information on the link between gender issues and the climate in the Nordic regions. And later on, gender equality ministers received support from the governments of the Nordic countries for the ambitions worded in the agreeing a gender equal Nordic region. Now there is a knowledge database which contains information on consumption patterns, on work-related issues, and many other areas. Work is ongoing, and the Nordic governments have made it clear that the gender perspective needs to be mainstreamed into all measures taken within the framework of climate policy. The Council of Ministers, in addition, has an adopted policy on how gender mainstreaming shall be carried out into all policy areas. My conclusion, together with the Conservative Group, therefore, is that this member's proposal is superfluous. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to remind that the speakers speak from this rostrum and the rejoinders from the other. I think everyone heard you, but it's good to bear that in mind. And now we go to on the speakers list, and it is Evelyn from the S Group and then Krista Mikkonen from the Centre Group after that. You have 2 minutes, Evelyn. Thank you very much. I'm not going to speak too long because the committee's spokesperson said much of what I thought had to be said. But the reason that we, the Social Democrats, we made this member proposal is that from the gender equality perspective is in many areas of policy, but has not been in this particular area. We can see that it affects a lot out in the world, but also here at home. But when it comes to climate crisis, we know that it is substantial. It is here and now, but it is more visible in other countries than here. And if one has not taken into account that this affects women and men in different ways, that women have not been at the table before, that it has affected not only how we perceive how the climate affects life, but also how solutions have been developed. That's why we think it's important that the Nordics also are in the forefront here, that equality perspectives is clearly in climate policy as well, because this is going to be more decisive, even more decisive in the future. And then once we develop solutions here in the Nordics, we can see that it also affects our world. Then the issue of gender equality has to be clearly in both the solution, in the statistics, and in the entire perspective from the very beginning. And that is why we put this proposal forward, and I'm glad that we can at least got a lot of backing for this, and I thank you for the floor. Thank you. Thank you. And now it's Krista Mikkonen, and after that, Lorel Degardovaras from the Nordic Green Left, who can prepare and be the next speaker. 2 minutes.
Kiitos. Puhun suomea.
Thank you. I'll speak Finnish. The Centre Group supports this proposal. When you do environmental work, it is important that it is effective. And in order for this work to be effective, actually have some import, it also have to be a foundation that is founded on. And of course, in environmental goals, the gender equality issues are a central issue. When we think about emissions and reduction of those, men and women behave differently. Men and women also have a different role in different kinds of decision-making processes, even though public traffic is something that women prefer more than others. But then again, in public transport, and then when it comes to rails, it is something that also attracts men. So this information is extremely important when we think and take these decisions when it comes to minimizing transport emissions. Or, for example, in the home, women are often involved in buying food and have that responsibility, and men are more involved in cars or energy solutions. And this information is very fundamental, and it's important to be imbued into these decisions as well. And the Council of Ministers, this work has begun. That's good. 2 years ago, the Council of Ministers still noted, or the Minister for Equality said that the climate policy has been gender blind, and why it's important that the work has been commenced. But I don't think that it has been centralized or crystallized into one report. That's important. Why it's important that we continue the work, and also that the Nordic Council also does this work. And as I said, we're also a model internationally when it comes to environmental policy, which is why it's also important that we are responsible in this work.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Lorena Delgado Varas from the Nordic Green Left, followed by Pia Selempe from Nordic Freedom, who can get ready. Thank you very much, Madam President. From the Nordic Green Left, we're very positive to this proposal. We know that women in the Nordics, just as in many other parts of the world, move more through collective public transport solutions. Men represent a majority of the emissions, especially wealthy men. And the conclusion we can draw is that by investing more in public transport, you promote women. And by having a better distribution in the economy, you reduce the aggressive consumption patterns. An important area I'd like to highlight here is the need for a strong, healthy welfare system to be able to handle and manage crises such as the climate crisis. When the crisis has hit, many of the professions and professional groups that have to take the hit first are ones dominated by women. They tend to have poorer conditions in terms of working conditions and pay compared to those who are male-dominated. What I'm trying to say is that a gender mainstream climate policy must also include those who are in the front line, those who are asked to deal with the considerable impact of this crisis. And so we need to strengthen and promote those professional categories. And we need to also create the preconditions to ensure that women are free to choose professions that will impact emissions, transportation, construction. And we saw this not least in terms of the laureate of the Green Award this week. It is proven that women are more involved in the matter of climate issues, and that could also be impacted if they are more numerous in these areas. Thank you very much. Pia Selempe from Nordic Freedom, and then the Youth Council representative will have the floor. So be at the ready.
Thank you. I will speak Finnish. In the Freedom of the Nordic movement, we are of the opinion that climate issues are important. However, we cannot support this proposal. And we do not see the point of introducing the problem of gender equality into a political framework where we do not think it belongs. We also find the real objectives of the proposal unclear. We have noted that the ideas of the original proposal are still alive in the committee in a different form. Although they have been dealt with in more concrete terms here, we still find it difficult to see the point of the proposal. We also find it difficult to see any particular Nordic benefit in the proposal, and which is why in the Nordic Free Movement we support the reservation and oppose the proposal.
Thank you.
That is the Nordic Youth Council. You have 2 minutes.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja. Hyvät.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Nordic friends, I love the unique nature of the Nordics. We all love it and we all want to maintain it, each in our own way. I love to live in the countryside near nature, and not in a big city. I didn't even remember how wonderful it is to live in the middle of Nordic nature, to see the changing of the seasons. Nordic nature and rural areas are worth living in, and we should not make it economically difficult to even be there or move around there. I would like to think about how do we ensure that our beautiful nature will remain habited even though we try to expand also public transport and electrical vehicles. I want to remind you that also being equal is also being allowed to choose where to live. I choose to live in the countryside near nature, and I hope that in the future that is always also possible for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further speakers on the speakers list. So we will now close the debate on this item. Moving on to 13.2. Nordic cooperation against racism and other forms of extremism. Considering the time, and because we have so many speakers, there will be no possibility for rejoinders. We will just consider the speaking list. Annette Holmberg Jansson is our first speaker from the Conservative Group. You have the floor. Thank you. The Committee for Welfare would like to proceed with this proposal from this member's proposal, underlying the importance of using the knowledge that we get in the report from the Nordic Minister of Council on right-wing extremism in the Nordic Council. This member's proposal mentions one example of extremism, but we know that there are also other forms, and we must not forget about any of them. But this member's proposal is based on the most recent report on right-wing extremism's development in the Nordics. It reflects the increased focus of the committee on these issues based on fact-based reports and analyses. We see great value and a Nordic added benefit to this research being transformed into political action and moved from word to action. And we propose that the Nordic Council recommend to our governments to continue to develop further developments to combat all forms of extremism and follow up on the conclusions from this report on right-wing extremism and report back within a year. Organize a conference with the discrimination representatives in the Nordics to share good practice and strong work to combat and counteract racism and extremism. And to join forces to combat these problems is a way of strengthening our society. It protects our fundamental values which unite us. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation of this proposal, this report. Now we will give the floor to Mikkel Bjørn Roland Sørensen from Nordic Freedom to present the reservation. You have 2 minutes.
Tack för det.
Thank you. And we can see that this is can seem like a sympathetic proposal. Who isn't against extremism and racism? But if you then read it further, it is a very one-sided proposal, a proposal which is only focuses on the phenomenon of right extremism, which doesn't also looks at the also as the left extremism. It indirectly criticizes the parties that have challenges, takes the challenges with a liberal immigration policy seriously, and who have completely and do not have a focus on the problems with Islamism and anti-Semitism. There is no focus on the problems with racism between minority groups, and there's no focus either on problems with racism from minority groups against the majority population. All in all, this proposal is much too one-sided and colored or leaning to one side for us to be able to support it. Thank you. Thank you. Then we go to other speakers, and the first is Anna-Kristina Mikkonen from the S Group, and Eva Beardou from the Centre Group can be prepared. It is the next speaker. Thank you very much. And 2 minutes, you have the floor. Dear friends, extremism, regardless of its form, is often built on a twisted world image, also prejudices, and an inability to understand others' perspectives. The racism and the misogyny that is in our societies affects particularly our most vulnerable groups. As politicians, we have a responsibility to build trust and to ensure that all feel that they participate and they are safe in our societies, and that all dare to participate in social debate. The Nordic governments are in a key position in this work against racism and extremism. And at the same time, we have to put demands on our governments, and that to meet the action plans and the rules of play that have been agreed upon. The demand for reporting and also the proposed conference is relevant, and it gives possibilities to share also experiences and develop effective methods. We in the Social Democratic Group, we call on all to support this proposal. Let us together support for a safer and more including Nordics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Eva Biaudet from the M Group. And Greta Gottlieb from Nordic Green left. Esteemed President, it's about going from word to deed. In the Nordic countries, we have a lot of similarities in our legislation, which is on discrimination, and similar constitutional rules on equal opportunities. And we've worked to combat racism for a very long time. And still, we now have a situation where the situation is deteriorating in all of our countries. And it is very important that we need to reflect on and that we're able to investigate what practical tools we have available and what we could build on and create in terms of new tools. Our representatives, ombudsman for anti-discrimination meet regularly, and it is very urgent indeed for them to be able to continue to work jointly to seek new solutions and models of action to take firm action against this problem. We have different types of legislation on discrimination, both in terms of hate speech and the incitement against an ethnic group. Should that be possible to apply for individuals? This is really a benefit to include the Nordic level, operational activities such as institutions that can sit down and discuss together with our politicians to seek solutions to very complex issues. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jette Gottlieb from Nordic Green left. And then the Youth Council representative, 2 minutes.
Thank you. The proposal from the Centre Group and about against extremism and racism is a sensible proposal, and the proposal that the Nordic governments take the three concrete steps. It's good to have concrete measures, that we have to have new tools also to combat racism and other forms of extremism, that governments should put through and finance also the calls from the report from 1918 to today, which the Nordic Council has proposed, and also the Nordic Council has taken initiative to carry out conferences, and also with the independent institutions in the Nordics that work on these issues. That's really good. And the 31st of July, it's 13 years since that people were killed in cold blood by terrorism. Most of them were teenagers, and we were all completely shocked that how this could happen in our countries. Of course, I'm talking about Utøya. This must never happen again. The background to the proposal here is that the racist political rhetoric is more and more common in the Nordic social debate, and this is very worrying. And a lot of the criticism of immigrations is colored by racism. And sometimes this also happens in parliamentary debates. And here we have to look at each other. And when I look at all of the all of the red walls here and then in the room that I mean to look be respectful to minorities, and never you make one group of people responsible for a few people's mistakes, and there's also a common phenomenon that in the social media that people don't take responsibility for social phenomena, that we're not looking at the reasons to associate or criminal behavior. The Nordic Green, we are positive to the proposals and we will vote for it.
Thank you very much. Youth Council representative, 2 minutes.
Tack så mycket för...
Thank you very much, President. This is a good member's proposal, as I see it. Extremism, regardless of the shape and the way it is expressed, is a big problem in society. We need to do everything we can to prevent it and counteract it. There are many good proposals in the report the proposal refers to, and I would like in particular to mention the need of a protection program for those who try to leave these circles. People who seek out extremist environments are not by nature convinced to begin with. They come there for different reasons. Lonely individuals with a history of mental ill health. The ideological conviction often comes and follows as a consequence of finding a home in this extremist environment. So good preventive work to combat loneliness amongst youth and mental ill health would be particularly relevant. And this is something that we would like to promote and we've discussed it in the Welfare Committee over the past few years, because when our young people are in good health with a good social context, it's less likely that they feel the appeal of extremist environments and extremist ideas. So I hope that in this first whereas clause, this first recital where we talk of the need to combat racism and extremism, we can put particular emphasis on the need to bear in mind the issue of mental ill health. Thank you very much. I have no further speakers on the speakers list. Does that conclude the debate? Thank you. And we will proceed with 13.3, the members' proposal on the mapping and prevention of re-education trips. And I'd like to give the floor to the representative for the committee, Truls Valsvik from the S Group, followed by the presentation of the reservation. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. On behalf of the committee, I'm going to be brief in this, and I would like to say that we are not going to continue with this proposal. It is there are 2 concrete reasons. One, that there is already substantial work on this, on trying to avoid negative social control, and embassies around the world, also across ambassadorial work this is carried out. And for the second, there is work to try to make more stringent social control and legislation on these issues. And it's important, Chair, to say that social control is actually it is unacceptable. This kind of social control is acceptable, but I mean that many of the committee think that we shouldn't continue. That doesn't mean that we don't believe in it. There are 2 different things. But I would like to say that there's also that about Nick will also have a report on this at the end of this year, and that report, we look forward to that report on this topic. Thank you. Thank you. And now it is Mikkel Joran Sørensen from Nordic Freedom who will also speak for the reservation.
Thank you. Nordic Freedom tabled the proposal for a mapping of the phenomenon of re-education trips for the reason that it is a major phenomenon in the Nordic region which we need to address at the Nordic level. It is somewhat absurd that we can agree on proposals to deal with climate policy and mainstreaming of climate policy, gender mainstream, but we cannot agree on a mapping of this horrific phenomenon where children are sent to dark Muslim countries exposed to psychological torture and being subjected to violence by Muslim men. This is something we could address at the level of the Nordic region. It is absolutely, without any doubt, the feature which occurs across transnationally, and it surprises us greatly, in fact, that there is no support for this otherwise very sensible and excellent proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have no more on the speakers list. Can we consider this debate is completed? It is the case, and it is time to go to the vote. And now we're going to start with the first point we have to vote on is 13.1, the report on the member proposal on gender equal climate policy. And here we have a reservation, and that entails that if you want to support the report, then you press green for yes, and if you want to support the reservation, you press red for no, and if you want to abstain, you press the yellow button. And there are 3 buttons there. Is everyone ready for voting? Can we vote? And the voting commences now. Has everyone voted? And voting is completed, and we have a result. And it's the 41 voted for, 23 again for the reservation, and then that this has been approved. And we go to the item 13.2 on the work against racism and other forms of racism. And there's also a reservation on this, and the same here in the voting. If you want to support the proposal, yes, and if there's reservation, no, and also you can abstain by pressing yellow. Are you ready for voting? Yes, then it is time to vote. Voting commences now. Everyone voted? It seems to be the case that voting is completed, and we have a result here. We have 57 yes and 8 no, and this has been carried. And then 13.3, and this is the consideration of members' proposal on the mapping and prevention of re-education trips. And you know the procedure. It is yes for the proposal, and then no is for the reservation, and then, of course, one can abstain by pressing yellow. Everyone ready for voting? And we commence voting now. Are we ready? And then the voting is completed, and we have a result of 52 yes, 11 no, and no abstentions. So this has been carried, and even this proposal has been adopted. So thank you so very much for an exciting and good debate and discussions. It has been a privilege to be able to sit here for the first time. It was the last for plenary today, and I would like to thank you all for a very interesting, productive day. And now I hope that everyone can have a very pleasant evening, and we will meet again tomorrow. Thank you very much.